Welcome everyone to the February 7th, 2023 regular meeting of the San Ramon Planning Commission. We'll call the meeting to order at 7:01 p.m. May I have the recording secretary please conduct roll?
Commissioner Kuznick,
Here.
Commissioner Marks,
Here.
Commissioner Wallace,
I'm here.
Vice Chair Edwards,
Here.
and Chair Alpert.
Here. Item 3, Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand up and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, item 4 is public comments or written communications. At this time, the members of the public may address the Planning Commission on any item not already included in tonight's agenda. If you'd like to speak, please fill out a speaker card located in the back of the room and submit it to the recording secretary. If you're participating remotely, you may click the raise your hand button on your computer or *9 on your telephone to request to speak when public comment is being taken. We have a nice audience, so we're going to try and keep ourselves to 3 minutes tonight. So do we have any late communications or speaker cards for this portion of public comment?
Late communication was received from Commissioner Wallace and are part of the public record and were provided to the Commission prior to the meeting.
Okay. Do we have any members in the public that would like to speak at this time?
I don't have any speaker cards for this item, but I do have a raised hand on Zoom.
Okay.
Thomas Perillo.
Okay, go ahead, Thomas, when you're ready. 3 minutes, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, great. You know, after reading the executive summary that was presented by your Planning Commission staff for tonight's meeting, I was really shocked. It seems to me by the staff asserting that the project is in compliance with the general plan, the staff
Thomas,
has...
I think you probably want to speak on the next item, the agendized item. This is for items not on the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. We'll hold your card for then. So when we get to that item, we'll call you at that point, okay? Okay. Do we have any other raised hands at this time? No. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public comment. And then item 5, additions and revisions. We have none. Item 6, consent calendar. There are none. Item 7, approval of the minutes. This will be the minutes from January the 12th, January the 17th, which was a special meeting, and then January 31st, which was also a special meeting. And we are able to take action on all 3 concurrently at the same time or individually at the pleasure of the commission.
Chair Alpert, I did receive late communication from Ariel Strauss on item 7.1, the January 12th, 2023 meeting minutes. And I do have a speaker card here tonight for item 7.1.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and take the speaker card? And we did receive the late communications earlier today, so thank you.
Mary Larson,
Mary?
did you wish to speak?
Oh, yeah. Do you want to speak? Come up to the...
Oh, well,
Just come up here. Just go...
this addresses what's already on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
I'm like last time.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay. Any other comments on this item at this point?
Yes.
Sure.
I would like to turn our attention to the January 31st minutes. I think they do a very good job of summarizing what we heard from the public, but there are no comments included that were made by the Planning Commission. And I know I made at least one comment that I think should be in the record and that I will be looking at in the future, and that is that I felt that there needed to be a secondary ingress-egress point serving the property. And I would like that noted. I would like the staff to go back and whatever I specifically said, either put it in verbatim or summarize it, but I believe that there were other comments from other commissioners about what they saw in the plan, and I think it's important to include in this overall set of minutes. So I'd like to see the minutes come back in a revised form.
Thank you. I'm actually going to start with the July 12th minutes. First, I must have been asleep when I got promoted to chair, but I think we can probably delete that from the minutes without too much of a problem. And second, it was pointed out that the motion I made was for a, quote, final determination of the proposed project, close quote. I don't recall using those words. I haven't read the tape. But since that was only the second of our 4 meetings, I kind of doubt that I said that, or certainly didn't mean it. Moving on to the January 17 minutes, on packet page 10, there's a statement that I made about the meeting, and it doesn't accurately reflect what I said. What I said was that the purpose of the meeting on that day was to discuss whether the current, underlining the word current, rules of the city, including the zoning ordinance, provided for a final determination of housing project consistency by either the Planning Commission or staff. It wasn't a question of who makes the decisions, it was who makes the decisions now. That was the whole point to the meeting. The last thing I had was under the sentence that appears above 12.2, it refers to a staff report by our city attorney. I know the city attorney talked at the beginning of this particular issue and then introduced the speaker. I'm not sure that he gave a staff report unless it was to say we'll go forward with some type of presentation to the policy committee of the city council. If that's what it was referring to, I think that should be reflected in the minutes. And that's the only changes I would have to the minutes from our 2 meetings there. And I would agree with Commissioner Marks about a little bit more flesh on the bones regarding the January 31 workshop about the Chevron Park property. I think in particular, what should be noted is I know that the applicant asked for comments from the commissioners regarding which of the 3 non-binding scenarios they preferred, and I know that each of the commissioners made a comment about that, and it was sort of wound up being sort of a mix between the medium and the high density scenarios, with it seemed like, and I won't count votes on it, but it seemed like the majority was in favor of at least looking towards sort of an amalgam of the 2 scenarios, with more density along the freeway and perhaps some more density in the middle of the development. But I think for purposes of future reference, there might be a little bit more elucidation about the comments by the planning commissioners, other than to say we talked.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any comments? Anything? Commissioner Kuznick, do you have any? No. Okay. So I think I will agree to add the changes to the 17th and the 31st, but I think we can go ahead and make a motion on the 12th at this point. There are no changes I heard on the 12th. Is that true?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, with the comments we just made, both Eric and I would be inclined to move approval of the minutes as amended, unless they're going to come back. I need to hear from staff. Will they come back, or are you looking for something tonight?
My understanding is the commission is ready to approve 7.1 and 7.2 with the amendments noted, and you're looking for 7.3 to return back to the commission.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I would accept that.
Yes. So we're making a motion to approve the 12th and the 17th, and a request to have the 31st of January come back. Okay. So we can ask for someone to make a motion. Mr. Marks, a second. Commissioner Edwards. Okay. So the motion passes 5-0-0 on 7.2. Item 8, continued items after the close of the public hearing. There are none. And item 9, continued items. This is the public hearing for the marketplace, item 9.1. And at this point, we'll have Ryan is going to give us a staff report. And then I think, Ryan, you might have the applicant as well here. So we'll start with you.
All right. Good evening, Chair Alpert and Planning Commissioners. As mentioned, this is the Marketplace Mixed-Use Development Project item. It's located at 130 Marketplace. This is the subject property. It's a 12.43 acre parcel. General plan designation is mixed use. The zoning designation is mixed use. The project site area for the project is smaller than the subject property. It's 3.91 acres. It's approximately as shown on the aerial photo here. The proposed project hasn't substantially changed since we had our last meeting with the Planning Commission on January 12th. The proposed project includes the demolition of about 55,600 square feet of commercial tenant space, construction of 40 single-family for-sale detached condo units, construction of 4 junior accessory dwelling units, subdividing the project site area, exterior renovation of an existing eating and drinking establishment building, outdoor area, and establishing hours of operation for that eating and drinking establishment. A little bit of background on the proposed project. So this project began as a preliminary housing development application that was accepted by the city in November 2021. The formal development applications that are under review tonight were submitted on April 28th, 2022. Those applications were deemed complete by the city on September 15th, 2022. The first Planning Commission public hearing was conducted on October 4th last year, where commission comments were provided and a public hearing was continued. On December 1st, there was a mutual written agreement between the applicant and the city to extend time to act on the project under CEQA and Permit Streamlining Act requirements by March 14th, 2023. So that would include all Planning Commission hearings and if there's any City Council appeal or call for a review hearing. There was the last meeting we had was on January 12th of this year with the Planning Commission, where project comments were provided and the hearing was continued. And this, as mentioned before, previous meetings, the Housing Accountability Act limits the review of this project to a maximum of 5 public hearing meetings, but it's not mandatory to have 5 public hearing meetings. So at the last Planning Commission meeting, there was some discussion about the applicability of the inclusionary housing ordinance. So the inclusionary housing ordinance discusses single-family detached residential development. The proposed project is defined as such. It's based on the physical housing type. So the applicant in the project includes single buildings that are occupied by a single family in single dwelling units. The proposed condominiums are defined in state law. It relates to ownership interest. So it's not the physical housing type. And furthermore, the California Department of Real Estate does recognize the use of the proposed condominiums with the proposed single-family detached residential dwellings. And so as a result, the applicant does have an option to pay the affordable housing impact fee, and they have confirmed their intent to pay the fee as a condition of approval prior to issuance of the building permit. Staff has also included a number of revised conditions of approval. We've included red line revisions to see the changes since the last time you saw the conditions. It's attached as Exhibit A to the draft Planning Commission Resolution number 02-23. They incorporate revisions based on the Commission's comments from the last meeting. And there was also a request from the commission to include a condition related to shared overnight residential parking on the project non-residential parcel. And so staff has provided a draft condition in the staff report, but is not recommending inclusion of it in the resolution because the project already complies with city's objective parking standards for single-family dwellings. The parking standard is 2 parking spaces within a garage for each unit. These units have 3 and 4 bedrooms each. So there's no nexus related to the city's regulatory interest since the project does comply with the city's objective parking standards. So staff concludes the proposed project is consistent with the applicable objective standards of the general plan, zoning ordinance, municipal code, and other similar city requirements, given the review limitations of the Housing Accountability Act. Staff recommends the commission receive the staff report and a presentation from the applicant, open the public comment, take public testimony, close the public comment, discuss, deliberate, and adopt draft Planning Commission Resolution number 0223 approving the project applications. And we do have the applicant on.
Why don't we let the applicant speak, and then we'll let the commissioners ask questions if they have any.
Yeah, I believe they have a brief presentation.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Good evening, Chair Albert and Commissioners. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this evening and your thoughtful consideration of our project. My name is Scott Grady. I'm a Senior Vice President of Development with TRC, the owner of the shopping center. Our company owns and manages approximately 30 shopping centers in California. And first, just want to say we really appreciate the hard work, the part of staff on this project, and the relationship that we've maintained over the last 6 years as we've made improvements to the center. They're great to work with. There were some comments made at the last hearing by the commission and members of the community that the owners of the property, TRC, was perhaps piecemealing our approvals or intentionally letting the shopping center deteriorate in order to make way for larger scale residential development. And I'm just here to tell you this evening, nothing could be further from the truth. So I'd like to provide a little bit more color on our recent improvements and current improvements being made for the shopping center. As you all are aware, in 2019, we made a major investment in a portion of the center, which allowed for a new Trader Joe's, who otherwise didn't have a presence in San Ramon. And we were thrilled to bring them in. They're doing extremely well, and that included not only renovating a chronically vacant space, but also an adjacent shop space. Most recently, we've focused our efforts on the run of shops that sits between Trader Joe's and CVS, mostly due to pandemic-related issues, including a significant hit to the daytime lunch populations during the pandemic. We lost 3 separate restaurants in a relatively short amount of time. We're currently under construction in this area. We're replacing all the storefronts, the old dilapidated storefronts in this area with brand new aluminum storefronts. That work will actually be complete next week. We're also working with our consultant team on a new landscape plan in this area, new patio standards, new roofing this year, as well as new signage. And what we hope to do is to create a new restaurant row in this area that will host 3 to 5 new restaurants. I'm excited to say we're actually actively negotiating leases with 2 restaurants currently. And we believe that taking this comprehensive approach will allow us to curate an eclectic mix of new food tenants in this area, which will meet the demands of the community. At the same time, we're also evaluating additional capital improvements in other areas of the center to keep the center relevant. So as I said, we have and continue to make significant improvements to the center. We want to continue to build off the great group of tenants that we still have in the center. Again, pandemic's been pretty tough on some of the restaurants, but we are pushing to upgrade the offerings and meet, with new restaurants and other services that meet today's consumer demands. And we strongly believe that this new housing project is an integral part of the strategy, and it will provide additional consumers in close proximity to the retail. I also wanted to briefly address one of the conditions, I think primarily authored by Commissioner Marks, related to the eating and drinking establishment. And we listened to your comments, Commissioner Marks, about integrating the housing and commercial aspects and continuing the landscaping palette across this entire parcel. We worked with our landscape architect and submitted as a late communication the landscape plan that you see here. And you'll see that we've extended the same plant palette used in the residential project across the whole commercial parcel. We've created, our original proposal had one new patio area. We've now enhanced and created a new patio area on the east side. While it was not specifically required by the conditions, but in response to an earlier comment that had to do with not caring for decomposed granite, we've changed the decomposed granite to a decorative concrete. We've also expanded the eastern patio. Its current state is 500 square feet. We've expanded it to 684 square feet. And again, we've show all new planting. We've also already got some nice shade trees in this area around the building. We did study the possibility of a new sunshade trellis, if you will, on the east side patio, which was one of the specific conditions. Our consultant team looked at a brief shade study, and we concluded that with the mature trees in this area, plus the building itself provides a lot of shade in this area, and we didn't feel like a trellis was warranted. We instead showed some umbrellas there. So we would respectfully request that condition be modified to eliminate the requirement for the trellis structure. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Oh, and also, sorry, our land use counsel from Perkins Coie, Alan Murphy, who will continue the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Alan Murphy, again with Perkins Coie. It's a pleasure to be here again this evening. I'll briefly address just a few points in my remarks tonight. First, we agree with the content of the draft findings that City staff included in the agenda packet. We believe that the findings are accurate, and we believe the record contains all the evidence necessary for the Planning Commission to find that the project is consistent with all applicable general plan policies and zoning regulations. We'd encourage the Commission to approve the project this evening using the draft resolution prepared by City staff. Second, there's been a proposal to condition approval of the project on preparation of a master plan for properties outside the project site. The applicant strongly objects to imposition of this condition of approval, as the condition would be unlawful. The city attorney has previously advised the Commission of this issue, and during this hearing, he may have further comments. As desired, I also can elaborate on the really numerous legal deficiencies associated with this condition of approval. Third, there has been some public discussion of the project's removal of the building that previously contained a Nob Hill food store. We believe it's important to note that the marketplace at San Ramon itself includes a Trader Joe's supermarket, as Scott mentioned. That's located approximately 200 yards from the project site, and the supermarket space to be removed. In addition, 2 other supermarkets are located within a mile of the project site, including Whole Foods Market and Target Grocery, and 3 additional supermarkets are located about 2 miles from the project site, including Sprouts Farmers Market and 2 Safeways. Neither the city of San Ramon nor the vicinity of the project site will constitute a so-called food desert with development of the proposed project. And then fourth and finally, a question was raised at the last commission hearing regarding whether there might be serial parcelization of the marketplace in a way that would cause CEQA problems for the city. And the answer to that question is no. The courts have held that a lead agency's project description for CEQA review must include other action that is a reasonably foreseeable consequence of the proposed project, but the courts have uniformly held that if the claimed consequence is speculative, or if the proposed project and future action could proceed independently, then there's no CEQA violation. As you just heard from Scott Grady, TRC remains committed to a robust mix of uses at the marketplace, and recently has made significant investments in existing retail space at the marketplace. Consistent with this approach, TRC has submitted no applications for future development projects beyond what's before you today, and has not even suggested any future parcelization at other parts of the marketplace. In addition, the proposed project does not depend on any future parcelization elsewhere at the marketplace, and any such future parcelization would not depend on the currently proposed project. Under these circumstances, there would be no basis for the city to treat a hypothetical future development as part of the proposed project under CEQA. So thank you for your consideration of the marketplace project. Our team, of course, is available if you have any questions for us. Thank you.
Oh, okay, at this point, are there questions of the commissioners for either Ryan or the applicant? Yes. Okay, Commissioner Marks.
Could I ask the last speaker to come back to the microphone, the attorney? Thank you. I'm intrigued by your comment that nothing is going to change in the future relative to more housing. Would you be willing, if there were such an instrument, to sign a legally binding agreement saying that?
First, to clarify, I apologize if there's any confusion. There was no commitment to no housing in the future.
That's what I thought.
What I mentioned was that TRC is committed to a robust mix of uses at the center.
Right, and that's a vague enough term that caused me to ask you to come back. You've answered my question, and I understand the position you're in, but I think the way you phrased it is a little confusing, and it sounded like you might be saying there won't be any more housing requests in the future, and obviously you can't make that determination tonight. Thank you.
That's correct. No, and certainly, like I mentioned, any future projects, whether it's housing or any other use, would be speculative at this point.
Sure. Commissioner Wallace.
I'm going to not pick on Ryan to begin with, but I am going to go to the city attorney. It might help sort of cut short some comments if we could resolve one issue, and that is when we originally had the discussion about Marketplace, the assistant city attorney advised us that the impact of planning staff's October 17, 2022 letter, which essentially stated that the project complied with city rules and regulations, in effect bound the city both at the planning commission and the city council level to not deny the project on any grounds that could have been raised at that time. Otherwise, in other words, that consistency finding binds us and the city council. And I wanted to know if that is still the city attorney's office opinion.
Well, to clarify, it was not the letter itself that bound the council and the city to that determination. It was the fact that the deadline had passed without identifying objective standards that were inconsistent, that the project was inconsistent with.
Okay. So what you're saying is actually my second hypothetical. To use the Golden Skate scenario, if no letter had been written, the city, both at the Planning Commission and at the City Council level, would be bound by a finding that the project was consistent with the city rules and regulations.
With the objective standards, yes.
Right. And you were here at our last meeting on this, I think it was the 17th, when outside counsel was brought in and said once a consistency determination has been made on a housing project, that the only thing the Planning Commission can do is to do conditions of approval, which he described as nibbling around the edges. Do you agree with his characterization?
I guess I would agree with that from a relative standpoint, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Driscoll, your turn in the box. And, I assure you this will be rather painless. You brought up the issue of parking, and that had been brought up at one of our other meetings. So I'd like to ask you a question. Assume that Mary and Bob own one of these homes. Mary and Bob have to commute to work. Mary and Bob both have cars. But Mary and Bob have a lot of things to store, boats and things like that, so their entire garage is full of stuff, and they can't park their cars. Given the way this project is laid out, where can Mary and Bob park their cars legally?
We do have conditions of approval that address making the garages available if they have vehicles
Okay.
in the residence.
So let's assume that they don't. Let's assume that they don't comply with that and the housing and the HOA doesn't really enforce it. Where can they park?
Well, it'll be incumbent on the HOA to enforce that requirement that is part of their CC&Rs.
I understand that, but my question assumed that the HOA decided not to. They can't park in the parking lot for the shopping center, can they?
No.
Okay, is there street parking allowed on Marketplace?
No, there's not.
Is there street parking allowed on Bollinger Canyon Road?
No.
Okay. Just assume for purposes of my question that Bob and Mary's garage is full. Where can they legally park?
There are 6 guest spaces that the applicants included in their site plan. Potentially, they could park there, but the project does comply with our parking standards.
Okay.
I also believe someone buying in the community where they have a 2-car garage and they want to park their cars in the garage, they have an obligation to keep that garage free. If they want to store stuff, there are other opportunities to have items stored at a storage unit. I mean, it's a personal preference and a personal decision how you want to use your garage, but if you can't park your car in your garage and there's no additional parking available, one would want to ensure the garage was available for parking.
No, I understand that. But my question was, assuming they couldn't park in the garage, this issue has been raised several times in other projects, and it is just a fact of life that oftentimes garages are full of stuff no matter what the HOA rules say. And I was just asking, assuming that they could not park in the garage because they stored their stuff there, where could they park? And it doesn't sound like they can legally park anywhere within a quarter mile. But thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Commissioner Marks?
I was going to defer this comment until the end, but it's relative to exactly what Commissioner Wallace was talking about. I have been concerned from the beginning of this project and have voiced it during meetings that 2 parking stalls may meet our parking requirements, but it's not reality. If you have children who are in high school or in college and they live at home, they have a car usually. Even kids who drive to Cal High or some of the other high schools have a car. Where do they park? There is no place to park, as Commissioner Wallace just observed. So I want to read something from the zoning ordinance, which is why I have a problem saying that this project is compliant with the zoning ordinance. And I'm reading from Section D2-15, Mixed Use Zone Additional Development Standards, subsection B, item 3B. Parking. To encourage the development of both residential and non-residential uses in mixed-use zones, the use of shared parking provisions shall be incorporated into mixed-use projects. I assume the logic of the staff is, since you have met the requirements for 2 cars per unit, that doesn't apply, but there's no flexibility in that. Staff does not discuss this, but doesn't have the right to say we will waive that section because they have 2 parking stalls. When you write an ordinance and you want flexibility to waive a requirement, you add that language in the requirement, and when you don't, the word shall prevails. And so The example that I use, which is a real-world example from my family with 3 kids who grew up in the city, is on Friday nights and Saturday nights, even Sunday nights, 1 or 2 of them were working either at a fast food establishment or somewhere in the city and got off around 10 at night, maybe 11 at night. So if they're supposed to go a quarter of a mile away, I should tell my daughter, hey, it's perfectly safe to cross Bollinger Canyon Road at 10 o'clock in the morning, and you'll be fine. I'll be asleep, but you'll be fine. It's not reality. The reality is that we need more parking for this project to function for the people, irrespective of whether I like the project or not. And again, I refer to the language in the zoning ordinance. The word shall. The use of shared parking provisions shall be incorporated into mixed-use projects. There is no flexibility. There is no, well, gee, they've already got 2 parking stalls. I will not be able to vote to approve this project unless there is shared parking. That includes the residential. I note that there is a shared parking agreement that's being discussed with the commercial side of the shopping center, that which remains, and that's fine. That makes sense to me. But to tell me that 2 parking stalls and the real-world parking problems of residents be damned is something that will not get my vote on this project. I have other concerns, but unless somebody can tell me that I am wrong and convince me, and that would probably take either Debbie, Lauren, or Martin, I don't see how you can say, well, we're going to ignore our zoning ordinance and then find consistency with it.
Commissioner Edwards?
Thank you.
Questions?
Mr. Driscoll, I'd like to talk briefly about the conclusion that the proposed project is defined as a single-family detached residential development. This project proposes 4 junior accessory dwelling units, correct?
Correct.
And where are those located?
Within the single-family dwelling units.
So you have a single building that's going to house more than one family within more than one dwelling unit, right?
For those four units, yes.
But we no longer have a single-family home project.
Accessory dwelling units are allowed under state law.
I'm not suggesting that they're not.
Yeah.
What I'm suggesting is we can't have our cake and eat it too. If it's a single-family home project, it's a single building occupied by a single family in a single dwelling unit, not a single-family building when we feel like it and something else when we don't. We've got at least 4 multifamily buildings in this project. Would you agree with that?
That's not the characterization in other single-family zones where there's other accessory dwelling units.
Within the building envelope.
Yeah, they're not defined as multifamily in other single-family zones when we
Where?
have ADUs.
Where?
Many of our single-family zones, there's many accessory dwelling units. They're not defined as multifamily dwellings.
In addition, they don't count for density either under state law. And so they are considered units, but they're not considered part of the density calculation, and also it doesn't create a multifamily designation.
I'm sorry, they're not factored in for purposes of the density calculation?
That's correct. Under state law. No.
So if we've got,
In terms of units per acre, no. The square footage is there.
so is the units per acre calculation for this project based on 40 units or 44 units?
40.
40.
I'm going to have to politely disagree because and this goes way back, because I sat with my calculator today and did the 2.86 acres and divided it by 40 and did not get the 14.7. And then I tried 41. Then I tried 42. Then I did 43 and got to 13.9. And when I got to 44 units, I hit the magical 14.7, which is what this project has included. So I'm going to have to suggest that we, take a moment here and check our calculations.
I think if you do the calculations, you'll find that the 40 units is based on a smaller than 2.86 acres because they did not include as part of that acreage private streets and things like that.
No, in the report, it talks about the 0.5 acres of the private road, the 0.5 acres of the mixed use, and then the remaining 2.86 acreage for the housing units. I spent a lot of time on this.
The density aside, did you finish your question?
Yes, and I will state candidly that I'm not happy with the answer that I got, but I'm not going to beat a horse to death here.
Commissioner Kuznick?
I'm going to support Commissioner Edwards on this because I wrote the same item on my notes here, which is, in the PowerPoint, it says a single building occupied by a single family and a single dwelling unit. And I wrote next to that, the junior accessory dwellings, and then drew an arrow to the pay the affordable housing fee impact. So they're either units that we are calling available as affordable housing, or they're not. They can't be both, it seems to me.
I don't think that there's any commitment on the part of the developer to make the ADUs affordable housing.
Correct. Okay. Other questions at this point? Yeah? Okay. Ryan, I did have a question, and maybe you can help explain. We've all been living under the impression that there's a maximum of 5 hearings, and that this tonight is the 3rd hearing, and I think prior to the staff report, when the recommendation was to make a decision tonight after the 3rd meeting, could you explain what happened to meeting 4, or alternatively, if we're not ready to vote yes or no tonight, do we still have an opportunity to meet again in a publicly noticed meeting and still comply with what I think is the magic date of March 14th, when all has to be done, including opportunity for the city council to hear this? So it's 2 questions. What happened to meeting 4?
So the Housing Accountability Act has the 5 public hearing limit. As I mentioned earlier, that it's maximum. It's not a mandatory. But there's also as I mentioned earlier, the CEQA and Permit Streamlining Act limitations to review a project, and so those also come into play, and that's why the city has entered into a written agreement for the time extension to review, which sets the deadline of the March 14th. And so given the time frame needed for potential of an appeal or a call for review, there needs to be some time to prepare for that meeting, which has to be done by March 14th.
My second question, I understand that by March 14th, and you have to back up for time to prepare and time to notice. Should we not be prepared to make a decision tonight, is there an opportunity for us to meet again, or is that not possible?
If the commission would like to hold an additional hearing, we would suggest next Thursday.
Okay, that was just the
If that were
question.
the 16th would
Yeah.
be the timing in order to have enough time to prepare
Okay.
and to meet the schedule that is
Okay.
in place.
Great. Just wanted to make sure that we understood there is the opportunity, not that we necessarily will take it or not, but just wanted to make sure for the public's benefit, there could be a meeting for if we need to. Okay.
Chair Albert, could I ask a question, a clarifying question? Let's go back to, this extension that the city agreed to, the March 14th. Are you saying then that is binding on the city council? So presumably we've set aside the 5th meeting for any appeal, and that also must then be noticed and happen before the March 14th agreement?
It has to happen by March 14th. So the city council action, which will be the final determination, has to be by March 14th, and including public noticing and all that too.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners at this point? Okay. We're going to go ahead and open the public comment, and let me read the instructions here real quick. Okay. If you'd like to speak, please fill out a speaker card located in the back of the room and submit it to the recording secretary. And if you are participating remotely, you may click the raise your hand button on your computer or *9 on your telephone to request to speak when public comment is being taken. It's just some guidelines in our agenda for public comment, as a reminder to all of us. We will limit public comment to 3 minutes. We'll do our best to signal you as you're getting close, but we will try and keep everyone to 3 minutes to give as many people a chance to speak as possible. No profanity or obscenity, refrain from personal threats or attacks, refrain from hateful and demeaning language based on any person's race, religion, sexual orientation, ethnicity, gender, or disability. Respect all people that are present and or watching. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and open the public comment. And recording secretary, I assume you have some cards.
Yes, I do. But first, written public comment for this item tonight was received by Commissioner Wallace, Tim Watterson, Nelson Abel, Scott Grady, Lori Woodard, Molly Avro, Susie Ferris-Indercom, Ariel Strauss with Greenfire Law, Ralph Ballard, and Jim Blickenstaff are part of the public record and were provided to the commission prior to the meeting. And the first speaker card I have is for Beverly Wallig.
Hi there.
Hi, good evening. I've got a lot of stuff to cover. I'm glad I speak fast. Since we were just talking about the parking, I was wondering, instead of the boats or things that people put in their the garages, what happens if they have guests? You know, Thanksgiving, birthdays, Christmas, where are the guests going to park? And I can picture them like taking over all of the area of Trader Joe's, and that's already packed enough. Or I live in the Marketplace, Reflections condominiums right across the street. And our gates open till 6 o'clock. So I can picture guests parking in our areas, open areas, because to leave, you don't need the gate open. You just go close and it opens. So that's a concern of mine. Also, what was that here? Yeah, I don't believe they're single-family homes, because, I mean, if you have a single-family home, don't you own the land? Don't you own the lot? No? I don't know. But they don't. There's, they're more like a condominium instead of a home, single-family home. I would like to know if they do any work, that they hire union workers. Also, it was troubling to find out that they had already started renovating where Round Table Pizza and the Hop Yard Grill was without permits, so we had to stop them. You have to stay on top of them, I guess. Entrance to Trader Joe's. So you can't park on Montgomery. We'd have to go in the gate in front of CVS and Starbucks. If you've ever tried to drive through there, it's like packed. Everybody coming and going from CVS, trying to go to it's a madhouse. And for everyone to have to not even have the Marketplace in front of Nob Hill available anymore, they'd have to come in the CVS gate. They need to put another driveway in to get back to Trader Joe's, not just to the condominiums. Because like you said, in Montgomery, there's no parking on Montgomery. It was stated that the nearest full-service grocery stores are Sprouts, Whole Foods. They're not full-service. The only full-service ones we have around are Safeway, which are up on Bollinger or San Ramon Valley Boulevard. And myself, just going down Bollinger Canyon sometimes takes 10 minutes to get to the freeway now. If they have the extra 41 homes just in the marketplace, that's going to be crazy. Plus, they want to put that huge building, apartment complex on Bollinger. We're going to be a standstill, the traffic in San Ramon.
Ask you to start to wrap up your thoughts.
Pardon?
Could you try and wrap up your thoughts now?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
your
I'm sorry.
3 minutes.
That's all I have. I'm sure other people can cover anything else. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you, Beverly. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Vijaya Yumi.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening.
Honorable Chairman and Commissioners. I've been living in San Ramon for about 22 years. When we visited the city first time, it was all absolutely beautiful. It was all green everywhere. And we love this marketplace so much. All my kids, we used to go there almost every day. We visit, we go to Starbucks, we go to the Cold Stone Creamery, and Nobel stores, which is gone now. We visit almost every single day to get all the groceries, whatever we want. It has been very convenient for us to go there. But nowadays I see, if I go and drive around Kaminaraman Road, it looks to me it's going to be a concrete jungle going forward. When I drive around Dublin, I'm really scared. I don't see any greenery at all. I'm worried that San Ramon is heading the same way. So I kindly request the board not to approve this project and preserve marketplace as is today. And as the previous speakers mentioned, the traffic is going to be a nightmare. I cannot just imagine driving around this area anymore. Today it took about 5 minutes for me to get to the city hall. But with this project getting approved, I believe it may take 20 minutes or more. I kindly request the board once again, the Honorable Chairman and Commissioner, not to approve this project. And thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you for coming out tonight.
Steve Cohen.
Good evening. TRC is focused on acquiring and developing well-positioned, necessity-based retail shopping centers in high barrier to entry West Coast markets where we are able to enhance the customer shopping experience. The Marketplace in San Ramon is a neighborhood retail center located in San Ramon, California. The center's affluent trade area is comprised of a strong residential population and a significant daytime population with major employers such as Chevron, etc. This necessity-based retail center is less than a mile from Highway 680 off Bollinger Canyon Road and attracts the many professionals and families living nearby. So I have many questions, but I'm not a sophisticated city. I have not worked within the city before, but here's what I take from this. Where is the excitement? TRC wants to build a new center. Who is excited about the new center? Who is going to benefit from the new center? 40 houses instead of the thousands of people that shopped in the marketplace, to me, just doesn't seem right. I know, I respect the rules, the laws, SB 330, I get it. But it just, with a 7-story apartment building going on Bollinger right next to, down the street from the library, 500 plus condos across the street adjacent to the city center, where are these people going to shop? So they're going to be going to Safeway, either one of the Safeways, as was said before, Sprouts, Trader Joe's, those markets are not full-service grocery stores, and there's nothing wrong with them. They're great. They're great places. one more thing I would like to address, which is, I don't care how they want to spin it. Starbucks is not a eating and drinking establishment. I'm sorry. You can put awnings around it, you can do whatever you want, but tell me the last time somebody had to make a reservation to get into Starbucks. So, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your time, and that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up.
Ardell Zunino.
Good evening.
Hi.
First, I want to thank the commissioners and the vice chairs with your questions that you were asking regarding the project, because they were very good tactical type questions that needed to be addressed. What I'm here tonight is to represent the community of people that I support. I love San Ramon. I have been a homeowner in San Ramon for over 33 years in Canyon Lakes Place. I love all the development, the cleanliness, everything. When I heard that the grocery store was closing, I immediately gravitated to a committee, which was the CAMPAT committee, and I immediately was a member of that because I wanted to fight very hard to keep a grocery store there. Realizing that, I pounded the pavement with my good neighbor here, and we've put out flyers into over 4 different homeowners associations, educating the neighbors of what was going on, and everybody was against it. And everybody was saying, what is the city council going to do? Will they listen to us that we want to stop this from happening? And so I'm here tonight to hopefully have you listen that although this is a project, and although TRC has said what they have done to improve the community, the marketplace, I've been shopping there since day one. I have shopped and supported every single establishment there, from the postal services to the haircuts to the nails to the restaurants, all of it. And to see how it has declined, no matter what improvements they are saying are made, it's the perspective of the community that they need to look at. And the perspective is, it looks horrible. And I've seen it decline. And when Trader Joe's came in, a lot of excitement was there because that was another option. But today, for me to do any type of my quality of life, standard of living, weekly grocery shopping, I have to go to 3 different grocery stores. And that is Trader Joe's, Whole Foods, Target, and perhaps Sprouts. And that is not only a cost impact to me as a consumer, as a community, but I have to get in my car, where before I would actually walk down Bollinger and do my grocery shopping. That's what I loved about the community of San Ramon. So my point is, please listen to the community. Please listen to us, that it's not so much the project, it's the feeling, it's the emotional side of why I love living in San Ramon. And I want to be heard. And I want to also have the commissioner understand that we can do something about this. We can say, no, we need a full-service marketplace to include a grocery store. And I hope you will listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yogi Vindam.
We just fill it out for you to read it.
Okay. All right. As senior citizens, it is important to have access to a full-service grocery store that is in close proximity to our homes. Yogi and Carolyn Vindam. Susie Ferris Indercom.
Thank you, Commissioners. I sent in earlier comments that detailed a number of things, but it's really, really important to me that this never, ever happens again. This whole fiasco on this project has been just unbelievable to watch. I do not understand in this day and age with spreadsheets and project management tools why the city does not have a timeline that gets filled out temporarily, that marks the SB 330 milestones, that clearly states when you're going to miss a deadline, that clearly shows what your overall timeline is and when those meetings need to happen. It needs to be transparent. This shooting in a last-minute special meeting on this as part of a housing element approval, most people won't catch that. So we've been sitting there managing, watching all of this stuff, listening to different legal opinions. The truth is, we wouldn't be able to have gotten where we've gotten in terms of managing our response to this if we hadn't had an attorney right from the get-go. It shouldn't be that way for this community. We care about the community. We care about the projects. We want to see growth, but we want to see planned, smart, intelligent. If you're going to put in housing in the marketplace, what's wrong with a master plan, bringing in a decent architectural firm, and coming up with something that's really smart, modern, mixed use, that's going to be a showpiece in the center of the heart of San Ramon? It isn't that hard to make a spreadsheet, and it isn't that hard to have it out there with tentative dates so that the entire community knows what we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could ask everyone to not applaud, it tends to discourage speakers and it intimidates some, so please hold your applause. Next speaker, please.
Mary Larson.
Thank you for allowing me to change my mind. I have lived in San Ramon for over 45 years. And from experience in addressing the parking issue, I can guarantee that those people who are living in those little single-family homes with their two-car garage will not be using those two-car garages for cars. In my neighborhood, Meadowood Homeowners Association, everybody has a two-car garage. I think I'm the only one who uses the two-car garage, and everyone else parks on the street. So your concerns about parking is very valid, and that's a consideration that you need to put in the top of your head, I think. Secondly, I have chatted with a number of people in San Ramon on this little project, and I have yet to find anyone who has said, yay, we sure need some more houses, and we don't need a grocery store, so I'm glad that they're doing that. Not one person has said that. This project does not fit that community, and I would encourage you to give that some thought. It seems to me that you're getting ready to rush a decision here by this March 14th date. And again, I will tell you that when you rush a decision for years, you will be sorry that you did that. So please consider what you're hearing from people in San Ramon who live here, who work here, who shop here, and weigh your decision very carefully, because no one I've talked to thinks this is a great idea. And what I'm hearing tonight makes it sound pretty chaotic. So I would say stop and give it some serious thinking. I don't know what happens after March 14th. What if you don't meet that date? That was a question. What happens? Does it just mean everything has to roll over to next year?
The project is legally approved by state law.
Oh, without you making a choice?
That's right.
Okay, well, maybe you should get your choice done then. And in that case, your choice should be a no. That should be the end of it. If I were sitting in one of your chairs, that would be me. I'd just say, no, I'm not going to let them make me decide. Take charge. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming up.
Dan Bonetti.
Before we start, Amy, how many people do we have speaking? And maybe you can announce the next one so they're getting ready. Yeah.
I have 2 more speaker cards.
Okay.
And then I have 5 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. Why don't you just announce the next speaker and they can get their head ready to come in. Yeah. They're on deck.
Good evening. I'll be brief. I agree with the parking is going to be a major issue. Growing up here in I shouldn't say growing up, but I've lived in San Ramon since the late 70s. And back then, I'm not sure how many of you were here at that time. We used to have an Albertsons at Alcosta and Bollinger. That's gone. Housing. Then the Nob Hill came in. We were like, okay, great. It just moved to there. Now that's going to be gone. Housing. Now we're, like I said, all the way to Safeway. These other markets are not full-service markets. These dwelling units that they're putting in, the 4 of those, is there parking for those people? Or just the 2 residents that are in the front? Because if that's the case, you're going to have 1 or 2 or 3 more cars. And if there's already no parking for their children or their guests, where are these people going to park? So I'm totally against this. Like I said, as far as being able to walk to the market, walk to Starbucks, that was great. Now we're all in this global warming, climate change. Now we got to get in our cars to drive. We can't walk to the grocery store anymore. So I'm just urging you to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 2 speakers. First
Gary
one is.
Chabon, and then the last speaker requested that I read her comment because she
Okay.
was the one to speak tonight.
Okay.
Good evening, Commissioner and Chair. I also am a longtime resident, 45 years. I had a market, a grocery store on the corner of Alcosta and Montevideo. There was a drugstore. There was an ice cream store. There was a pizza parlor. We had everything. We moved there for that purpose. It was close to schools. It was close to shopping. I was convinced that, we're going to build here and we're going to move it over here and you're going to have this great place, marketplace to go to. Now we're going to have a great place to go somewhere else. It just keeps moving away from South San Ramon. So I'm very concerned. I'm not opposed to development. Believe me, it's been good for San Ramon. I just think that it's a bad decision to move everybody farther away from where they can go shopping. Now, parking is going to be a problem. There's no doubt about it. I live in South San Ramon. I have high school students parking all over. They're going to be wherever they can go. They would rather drive and walk 10 miles than take a bus or have their parents drop them off. So I don't think there's enough parking for the stores that are going to be over there. If you have a capacity, and if they're as great as they say they're going to be, there's not going to be enough room for people to park to even participate in those particular places. So there's a lot of different things going on here that makes this has to be rethought in some way. It just doesn't seem to be working. So we need more retail. We need economic development. But we don't need to take away those opportunities by building homes anymore. It looks to me like with Bishop Ranch and the developments going on there and all the things that are proposed, we are going to have all the housing we need to meet all these demands that the state and the county and whatever are putting on us. So I think it's time to look at it and say, is this really necessary? Or can we make an exception here and do something different and make South San Ramon and the marketplace be what it used to be? Because I agree, it's turning into a blight because they've pretty much chased everybody out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming out tonight.
I have a speaker card from Diane Kumar. She wrote, I oppose any development of the marketplace if it doesn't include a full-service grocery store. And then that's it for speaker cards.
Okay.
But there are 6 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and take the first one?
Denise Morgan.
My name's Denise Morgan.
and I've lived here for 26 years. Commissioner Marks, when you stated that the staff did a good job capturing the minutes, I'm appalled. I don't think that they do a good job at all. The last several meetings I've attended, they have continually had to be corrected on their minutes. Not very difficult when this is recorded. They have one job, and their job is to conduct this meeting as well as do the minutes. The fact that we just keep giving them grace and allow them to continually screw that up is appalling to me, as well as that's public record. When I can't make a meeting, I want to read that and see factually, not their opinion, not their missing of data. So I take exception that they're doing a good job. I also find it a little interesting that TRC made sure that they pointed out what a great job the staff's doing. Find that kind of interesting personally. The fact that the staff is pushing you to make a decision, I'm appalled. I agree completely with the woman that stated, who is project managing this? Isn't the staff, isn't that their responsibility that we meet our deadlines and aren't pushed into decisions? And such an important thing, if we miss our deadline, it goes through, is just wrong. So I really hope that the committee will step up and make the decision and listen to our homeowners. The gentleman from TRC took exception to the public, who are actually the homeowners in San Ramon. We live here, we pay taxes here, we shop here, many of us have raised families here, should have an opinion. Yet you're telling us that we have Trader Joe's, we have Sprouts, we have Whole Foods, we have Safeway. Terrific. What we're telling you is we want an anchor store. Don't know why you keep ignoring it, but that's been the main thing. We want an anchor store that we can go one place and do our shopping. You're entitled to your opinion, but I think you're after the dollars, not after what we want as a community. So I'm a little appalled. I'm forced to, I go outside of San Ramon to spend my money now because those stores don't do it for me, and I don't appreciate Safeway. You've also have not maintained the poor shape of the buildings that they are in. You claim, new Trader Joe's. Well, that sure was nice of you, but that's new construction. You built it out. You didn't maintain it. Maintaining is taking care of the buildings that are there and keeping them in good shape. You also mentioned that, you put up new signage. Well, hello, you've chased enough of our retail people out and our restaurants out of the shopping center that you have to put up new signage because they no longer belong there. So that's not a courtesy or anything that you did for us. I also want to address that never have I talked to any of my family members or met with some friends and said, hey, let's go out for a bite to eat. Let's meet at Starbucks for dinner. That's a joke. I mean, I'm just really appalled, and I think that the Planning Commission, you are on to these people, and I appreciate the fact that you're listening to the homeowners. We are the ones that have to live with this going forward. I don't know how many times I have to hear it of, we want an anchor grocery store. Not too difficult. So thank you for listening, and appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Jim Blickenstaff.
Good evening, Commissioners. I sent a letter in earlier summarizing some issues I had, and I want to briefly touch on that. The points were made there. And it starts simply with, what is wrong with this picture? Staff wants Planning Commission to expedite the process on a very controversial project, and any further Planning Commission public hearing and end any further Planning Commission public hearings on the matter. Agree with the ill-conceived and unauthorized compliance letter authored by staff October 16, 17. Give the project CEQA exception, take public comment, ignore public comment, approve the building of single entry 40 market rate housing units with minimum amenities, and in so doing, as a bonus, approve the tangential destruction of a long-standing community-serving grocery store. It's sort of the question that answers itself, but that's a summary of what people are seeing going on here. Accommodating 40 to 44 units planned, as is the case here, does not have to destroy a grocery store at this location. It can be a viable piece of a mixed-use plan if done correctly. This has yet to be looked at seriously, but it desperately needs to be looked at. Whether staff wants to do it or not, it has to be part of the equation. If we are to agree with staff's requests and their outline at this present stage of the process, we're also setting up troubling precedent for future decisions making an issue around valuable retail centers versus housing. Part of the problem would be, no doubt, to be resulting in diminished authority of the Planning Commission, and with it, less transparent. Okay, I'll wrap it up. Less transparent and less citizen input. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Diane Corpy.
Hi, thank you. It's Diana Corpy. First of all, after listening to Mr. Grady's presentation, Commissioner Marks, I have to thank you for your questions regarding the intention of further housing. I've been a resident of San Ramon for 35 years. I've been a local real estate agent and broker here for the same amount of time. My biggest concern is if they are not considering further housing development in the marketplace as what they are alluding to in their so-called statements, why they cannot provide us with a master plan as what they intend to do with the property owner, TRC, of the two parcels that they own on both properties, exclusive of the library. We need to have retail, and we know what they're going to be doing. This is going to be a piecemeal project, and it is not outlined in the best interest of the community. Being in the business that I'm in, I like to see smart growth. This is not smart growth. This is walking on the retail that we need. And if we look at the growth management strategy 3.1 of our general plan of the city that's already written, diminishing the quality of public services, facility, and lifestyle. They're taking away a vital retail center which services so many people. I've got clients that live at Country Brook. Over at Canyon Woods, they don't have cars. They're walking with their babies in strollers going down to buy milk and cereal and diapers. They're not going to Trader Joe's. We need to fix this, and we need to have a smart development, smart mixed retail use, not 40 homes plopped down in the middle of a parking lot. And I thank you for your time, but we need to really look at growth strategy and how it's going to affect our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joyce Carr.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Carr. I'm about a 40-year resident of San Ramon, and my husband is a former mayor, and we've always been very happy here and also very concerned and kept up on what was going on. A couple of things. I am a member of CompAD. I was not terribly at all impressed with TRC's presentation. I really agree with everyone who spoke, and everyone had different ideas and good ideas that the Marketplace Shopping Center should remain there. We have been Nob Hill shoppers for years. We now go to Wrigley's in Pleasanton. Pleasanton is now getting our business. We need a full service grocery store. 2 Safeways here in town. We do have Lucky's, and Walmart at the southern end of town, but that's not enough for all of the people in our city. That's not enough shopping areas for them to shop in. Trader Joe's and some of these others are not full service. They're not going to fill the bill at all. Also, as far as the parking goes, I wanted to question that. If there's, each house would have a parking space for 2 people, what happened, and those people don't park in their garage because the garage is full, and even if the garage, they did use the garages, where do guests park when they have their friends over? Where would they be parking? So I just am not at all impressed with this project. There's nothing about it that I'm impressed with. And I hope that you will listen to me and all of the other people that spoke tonight, Planning Commission, when you're considering this plan. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Joyce.
David Souza.
Actually, this is his wife, Casey. First of all, I agree 100% with everything that Jim shared earlier, especially in regards to the precedent that this is setting, how ham-fisted this whole thing has been. I don't believe that TRC has been particularly honest about a whole lot. The density, the single family, the affordable housing, by paying money so they don't actually have to provide the affordable housing. Not to mention the really vague response to future housing. It just feels really, really deceptive. That center has been in disrepair since I first came to this area in 2010. As a vendor to Nob Hill, I noticed paint peeling even then. All these improvements that they're making, funny that they're really just showing up now that they're wanting to get this thing to go through. And somebody else mentioned the point that Trader Joe's is a new build. That's not maintenance. I've noticed Nob Hill leaking and all kinds of stuff for years, long before all of this took place. I'd like to note too that, there's another city in California that made way too much of an effort on housing and not supporting businesses, and that was Stockton. And when the market tanked, so did their coffers. And Stockton is very noted for having filed bankruptcy. I think we need to be really wary about driving businesses that are really vital to our community out. Adding thousands of homes in this Bishop Ranch area and then removing the only truly full service grocery store just is completely short-sighted. Lucky's is going to get the majority of South San Ramon's business, if not, Pleasanton with Rayleigh's. To me, Safeway is not a particularly enjoyable shopping experience. I dread it. I avoid it at all costs, as do pretty much everybody else I know. The parking limitations in this development, yet making walking to things like the grocery store impossible, just seems to be cutting off our nose to spite our face. I'm not opposed to development, but I believe we do need affordable housing, and taking our grocery store out is not a way of accomplishing that.
Are you still with us? We might have lost her.
Yeah, no, I'm done. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Want to make sure you finished. Okay.
Dawn Roth.
Don, are you there?
Sorry, I had to unmute.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
We sure can. We sure can.
But yeah, this is Don Ruth. I'm a 43-year resident of San Ramon. I wish I could be there, but circumstances beyond my control don't allow me to be there. I'd like to start off and just have a few points. Start off by saying TRC has been an absolutely horrible landlord and neighbor in San Ramon for the last many, many years. We all know that shopping center was left to decay. I mean, the front windows and doors of Round Table and all of those shops around there were literally falling apart. Nob Hill was a very successful grocery store in this community for 25 years plus, from its other location to this location. It started to decline because TRC did not maintain that shopping center. TRC has planned for years to do exactly what they're doing now. And by the way, you know, TRC owns, I think, 30 shopping centers. Ask them how many housing units they own. I believe it's 0. All right? And if they're going to own this housing unit 10 years from now, it's going to look just like marketplace shops looked. The last ditch effort that they've made over the last few months, obviously, is to get approval to do this. Ask TRC, when was the last time they had any new tenants? How many years has it been since one single new tenant has come into that location? I drove through Crow Canyon Commons and Diablo Plaza the other day. There are hardly any empty storefronts. You know, the little shop next to the UPS store has been empty for, I think, 7 or 8 years. The jeweler's been empty for years. The sandwich shop's been empty. Those are all on the other side from where this development's going to be. You know, I mean, not one new shop, restaurant, or store has gone in there in, I think, several years. And why can't they attract businesses when Crow Canyon Commons and Diablo Plaza are full? Okay, secondly, on the master plan, and on the grocery store thing, it's, you know, like everybody else has said, I mean, it's ridiculous to think that Trader Joe's or Target or Sprouts or full-service grocery stores. I could go into all the details. I've researched it on what a full-service grocery store is. My family now shops at Draeger's in Danville and at Whole Foods in Pleasanton, taking money out of San Ramon. The Whole Foods in Pleasanton is more than twice as big as the Whole Foods here. Secondly, the master plan. You have in your rules and regulations that there needs to be a master plan. Why? It only makes sense. I mean, to any of us, it only makes sense that there be a master plan. Now, I realize it would be difficult to do a master plan with the multiple owners in the total market space, including the sports basement area. But just because it's difficult doesn't mean it shouldn't be done. It needs to be done. Probably too late now because staff has, you know, and TRC has shoved this down the throats of the community and the throats of the commission.
Could I ask you to wrap up your comments, please, sir?
Yeah. The Green Fire Law Firm has raised all kinds of issues that have never been responded to on why this could and should be denied. And lastly, and very importantly, no one has mentioned the vehicle miles traveled that SB 330 allows for denial of a project on. I'm not a traffic engineer, but I am an expert in a related subject of queuing theory. I've done the calculations. The lack of a full-service grocery store along the Alcosta corridor generates over 3 million vehicle miles traveled in excess of what was done before. I'd like you to have somebody disprove my facts, because without an expert that can disprove my facts, I'm telling you those are the facts.
Thank you, sir.
Over 3 million vehicle miles traveled.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thomas Perillo.
Yeah, you know, I read the summary that the planning staff presented, and it is just shocking to me that they would do that. I mean, what they've done is given expert testimony to the state of California saying that the city of San Ramon now has no objective criteria for denying this proposal. So any subjective criteria now to deny the project can more easily be mitigated or litigated by the applicant. So, I mean, down the road, there, you know, that could be a litigation by the applicant saying, you know, they had no objective criteria and they used just subjective criteria. So I think the staff was out of place in terms of what they did. So I think we've reached an inflection point in this whole thing. You need to censure staff for their overreach, their faulty analysis, and their premature conclusions. The commissioners need to assert themselves as the final decision makers, not the staff. and that they present themselves as the appointed representatives of the people. We don't need people on staff representing us. So the staff hasn't made any reference in their materials to the honest debate that we've been having over density, mixed usage, parking. They certainly haven't assigned any value to the voices of hundreds of families whose quality of life has been diminished because of no longer having access to a full access grocery store. So my expectation is that the commissioners will censure the staff, reject their recommendations, deny the applicant's proposal, and if they'd like, require the applicant to present their own inclusive general plan before they further consider any other proposal made by this applicant. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you.
Call-in user.
Good evening. My name is Ariel Strauss. I'm an attorney at Greenfire Law, appearing on behalf of CAMPAT. First, contrary to the recommendation of staff, I urge the Commission not make a decision tonight and schedule a 4th meeting next Thursday. The deadline of in March is entirely contrived by staff out of what had been a purely advisory CEQA target, where a CEQA determination has not yet been made. The agreement limited, not increased, the time to act. Second, Commission authority to deny the project based on failure to meet objective mixed use and density requirements depends on the validity of the unauthorized staff letter issued to TRC on October 17th, and whether the Commission's direction to take action on October 4th can be tantamount to written notice under SB 330. As I've repeated before, staff and TRC met on October 10th between the date the Commission directed staff to protect the city's rights under SB 330 and October 17th, the date the staff issued the letter declaring the project compliant, contradicting Mr. Barr's acceptance of the Commission's direction on October 4th. The Commission must investigate the October 10th meeting to determine whether TRC colluded with staff to frustrate the Commission's direction. If that occurred, TRC will legally be unable to avail itself of the distorted letter under the doctrine of unclean hands. This inquiry is important if the Commission intends to deny the project for violation of objective standards. Turning to conditions of approval, staff has mistaken to focus exclusively on objective standards of parking and other issues. The Commission has authority and responsibility to enforce all city laws, whether objective or subjective, to the greatest extent of its ability. It is dismissive to call compliance with city standards be nibbling around the edges. It is the Commission's job to ensure consistency with all general plan and zoning ordinance requirements. Under SB 330, this can be accomplished so long as the conditions do not diminish proposed residential unit density. We are very disappointed that staff simply ignored the Commission's unanimous direction at the last hearing to prepare a master plan condition of approval, as though staff thinks it's their job to approve and deny permits, not the Commission. My letter sent earlier today describes in detail why the master plan is lawful and obligatory. Let's not miss what we are hearing. Staff and the applicant are arguing the master plan requirement in the general plan is facially void. That is nonsense. The 2018 general plan amendment was enacted specifically for this scenario. The statute of limitations for challenging that zoning change has passed years ago. The master plan does not constitute taking under Fifth Amendment state law. ERC retains significant value, does not eliminate market-based expectations, nor does it exceed conventional zoning powers. Similarly, imposition of the master plan all 16 acres is triggered by TRC's own voluntary activity and applies to land that TRC itself owns. TRC must accept the benefits and burdens of its choices. There is no due process violation here. In short, there's nothing to distinguish legally the master plan restriction from other zoning requirements in the general plan that the developer may not appreciate. It is beyond the authority of staff to override the City Council and act general plan. If the Commission approves the project, it must do so subject to a long-term master plan covering all 16 acres and protecting the remaining retail from incremental destruction. There is so much wrong here, including with CEQA, but I'm about to be out of time, and so I thank you, Commissioners, for your work tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the last hand raised on Zoom.
Okay. So at this point, I think we were asked to do a motion to close the public hearing.
The applicant has the right to rebuttal testimony.
Right, before we close the public hearing? Yeah. Okay. Applicant, if you want to come back up.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioners. Just a couple points in response to earlier discussion. There was discussion of the density of the project and how that was calculated. And just to clarify, I would refer to the Commission to our November 10th letter, which did discuss that. Of course, it's an objective standard item, so it's no longer an open item, but just for clarification's purposes. The density was calculated as 40 units divided by 2.72 acres, so that gives the 14.7 units per net acre. So just as a point of clarification there on how that's determined, and consistent with what staff mentioned, under state law, units remain single-family even if accessory dwelling units are included. So units can have one accessory dwelling unit and also a junior accessory dwelling unit, and under state housing law, it does remain a single-family dwelling. So that's one point. And then second point, I'd like to return to the shared parking issue. And Commissioner Marks did raise the discussion in the code, the reference in the code to shared parking. And looking at that section, so again, it was, as Commissioner Marks noted, section D2-15, B, item 3B. And as noted there, it does say that the use of shared parking provisions shall be incorporated into mixed-use projects. So we agree that the shall is mandatory and that there must be a shared parking provision. This project complies with that objective condition. It is objective because it says that there must be a shared parking provision. The application does include a shared parking provision between the coffee shop site and the remainder of the Marketplace Center. So between those two non-residential areas, there is a shared parking provision, and that is part of the project. So the project does comply with the objective standard identified there, and we do have very serious concerns with any condition that would impose a shared parking requirement beyond what was was already required by code. And staff has already touched on these points, and some of them have come up, but just to make a few points clear for why this would be an unlawful condition. The city parking requirements already apply. The project exceeds code by providing 6 guest spaces in addition, and it does meet the shared parking requirement, as I just noted. In addition, the code discourages more parking, and that is identified in the staff report. So all of the code items are either met or would actually be frustrated by imposition of a condition here. As staff mentioned, there is no nexus to project impact. So as I'm sure the commissioners are well aware, there is a requirement that projects have an essential nexus and rough proportionality. Any conditions have to have that nexus and proportionality to impacts of the project. And a local agency has the burden of showing that there is nexus between any condition and impacts of the project. And here, as staff noted, there simply is no nexus between impacts of the project and that type of requirement. And then finally, the city does not require this kind of provision for shared parking beyond code elsewhere. And that raises a constitutional equal protection issue. So when there are similarly situated applicants, the courts have made clear up to the U.S. Supreme Court that there cannot be a difference in treatment of those similarly situated applicants without some rational basis. And so here, this simply would violate equal protection principles as well. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if the commission has any on those points. But there are those numerous legal deficiencies that staff ably laid out in some, but I did want to give a little more explanation of those deep concerns and why why the applicant simply cannot accept that measure as it is unlawful. Thank you.
I do want to rebut the rebuttal, and we can go back and forth here. I want to again read from the code that I read from before. To encourage the development of both residential and non-residential uses in mixed-use zones, the use of shared parking provisions shall be incorporated into mixed-use projects. The shared parking with the remaining retail is not part of the remaining retail is not part of the project. The project consists of the Starbucks site and the proposed housing. So the fact that you've got a shared parking agreement with the retail area is fine with me, but it does not meet the plain language of projects. This is a project that has 2 pieces, Starbucks and the houses that are proposed. Secondly, I would say that you say that we're not applying this equally. Are you aware of any other shopping centers that have been converted to housing here in San Ramon?
It would apply even if it's not a conversion situation. So it would apply to various housing projects.
There is no similar project that we have done here in San Ramon. And if I'm amiss, somebody correct me, but I don't think we have done anything like this. Let me also say that the language does not say that if an applicant has met the parking requirements on site, on the site where the housing is, that this particular provision does not apply. I have written zoning ordinances. I have written general plan policies, and I know very well that when you are going to allow an exception, it has to be in the code. You can't randomly say, today I will I will allow an exception, tomorrow I won't. You have to have code authority to require or to allow an exception. There is no exception allowed under this language. And so I don't see how you can say that the fact that they have provided whatever amount of parking our ordinance requires makes this null and void. There's no basis in language, and as far as I know, no basis in law that allows that. The rest of what you said, quite honestly, I started writing, but you talk faster than I can write, and I don't know all of your points, but I will say that on the fly, I think you did a good job trying, but you did not make it. You did not deal with the fact that it is irrelevant how much parking is on their particular housing site. It does not make this particular section of the code null and void, and the retail portion of the site that will remain is not a part of this project. It's in a mixed-use zone, but it is not part of this project, even as our code defines the project.
If you may, thank you, Commissioner Marks. I would agree fully that it's very important, as you point out, to look closely at the words, and there is no exception here. So we agree, this is a mandatory provision, must be complied with, no question. However, there also is no provision that requires that the shared parking must be between the residential and non-residential components. So it says that the shared parking provision shall be incorporated into mixed-use projects, and this project does include a shared parking provision. There is nothing in the code that requires that it be only located on the...
Who are the beneficiaries of the shared parking? The beneficiaries are the Starbucks site and the retail site. It does not include every project, every portion of the project that is within the project. And that is what we are looking at. We're not looking at the retail side. We're looking at how does this mixed-use project that has two uses, how do they support each other? And there is nothing in this particular language that says you can have a shared parking agreement with somebody who's not a party to the project and call that enough.
However, respectfully, there's nothing that would prohibit doing that. So there's nothing in the code that says that the mixed-use project shared parking provision cannot be exactly what my clients already proposed in the application. And so as a result, because there's not a limitation, right, the code's not written in a way to limit the shared parking provisions to only within the site of the project area. As a result, there would not be a basis to require and impose that requirement on an ad hoc basis on the project.
Could a shared parking agreement between the Starbucks property and a retail store in Crow Canyon Commons be a part of this? They're not a part of the project either, but could you have a shared parking agreement there and say we have a shared parking agreement?
I think if it's a provision that plainly wouldn't be shared parking in the same vicinity, then it could be viewed as not even being a shared parking provision, right? I mean,
The housing is in the same vicinity.
Shared parking is broadly defined as allowing for uses that are nearby, not necessarily adjacent, but certainly nearby to, of course, share parking. And here, the retail component of the project site would be sharing parking with the adjacent retail use. And I guess I should add, too, that this does encourage the development of both residential and non-residential uses in mixed-use zones, which is part of that provision as well. And the reason that it encourages it gives the tenant at the Starbucks site as well as, frankly, the rest of the center, some comfort that there will be adequate parking in both places. So if there were not that kind of shared provision, then it could hurt the retail. And to encourage development of both residential and non-residential uses, it is helpful to have those shared parking provisions. So the shared parking provision that the applicant includes both complies with the text and the verbatim requirement, but also does comply with the intent in terms of encouraging the development of residential and non-residential uses.
Clearly, we're not going to agree. I'll just close my comments on shared parking by saying one of the flaws in this project is, and this is not a legal matter, but city planners are required to also think about what kind of a neighborhood are you creating? What kind of a life are you giving the people that you are building these houses for? You know very well that they're going to have a parking problem, but what the heck? We'll build it, we'll sell it, it won't be our problem. But the people who live there, who will come into this room and have comments for us, will wonder, what were you thinking? Didn't you know that people have drivers in their family who are not just the two parents? And so while legally that's not the basis for saying anything, part of the concern I've got is the insensitivity that is displayed by the project to what you are leaving behind and the problems that you are going to create. I may not be able to deny the project on that basis, but I have to say it causes me a lot of concern about what this company might do in the rest of their shopping center. But I think you've done a good job given the time that you had to rebut my comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Alpert, if I may. Okay, as I'm going to rebut the rebut as well. And not so much as a rebut, but a clarification. And I just want to point out that I'm on package page 52 in your project description, in which you have given to us that the numbers, so just so you know where I got them from, that there is, where am I finding it? Residential parcel sites A through I, lots 1 through 7, is 2.86 acres. Parcel K and the marketplace at San Ramon designated. So there's a .55 drive D, and the Starbucks is 0.5. So that was the number that I used to determine the number of units to meet your density. Just so that you know that I did not come up with this number randomly, but I took your numbers in this document, which is your project description of approximately 2.86 acre residential site, approximately 0.5 acre commercial site, parcel K, and approximately 0.55 acre drive D, parcel J. So, thank you.
Through the chair, just for additional clarification, packet page 61 of the project plans has a breakdown of the areas that recognizes the 2.72 and then the net density of 14.7. That's on the project plans themselves.
I had one question to follow up on the parking issue. I didn't bring my calculator with me, but I believe the Starbucks is about 1,800 square feet.
I think that's about right, yes.
And the 40 single-family homes that are being proposed will take about 85,000 square feet because they're all between 2,000 and up. So the Starbucks is at best 1.5% of the total land being dedicated to this project. And my question is, do you think that a shared parking arrangement that only benefits 1.5% of the project is consistent with the intent of our zoning ordinance that Commissioner Marks quoted?
I'd have a couple thoughts on that. First,
how about yes or no?
Well, the site area actually is larger than 1.5%, right? So the Starbucks, including the various patios and the parking spaces, actually constitutes well more than 1.5% of the site area. So it actually is larger. And again, it is the non-residential component of the mixed-use project. So as I mentioned, both the code focuses on residential and non-residential components. And as a result, anything that benefits the non-residential component and helps make it work and allows it to work with the residential would comply not only with the language of the ordinance and the text that's mandatory, but also with its intent.
So you're saying that the fact that the Starbucks is 1.5% of the floor area of the houses is consistent with the intent of the zoning ordinance for mixed use?
Yes, and it certainly is consistent with the language.
See, it wasn't so hard to say yes.
Other questions for the applicant? Okay, now we're prepared to close public comment. I think we wanted to take a motion to close the public comment. So if we could have a motion and then a second, we'll vote on that. There's not a, did you want to period?
Yes.
Commissioner Marks, motion, second.
I'll second.
Second by Edwards. We can take a roll call vote to close the public comment.
Commissioner Kuznick,
Yes.
Commissioner Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Wallace,
Yes.
Vice Chair Edwards,
Yes.
and Chair Alpert.
Yes. Okay. It's 10 minutes to 9. I suspect this next section is going to go for a while. Do we want to take a break or do we want to keep going? Take a break? Okay. Why don't we take a break and we'll reconvene. We'll take a full 9 minutes to come back at 9. this point, we are going to discuss, and we have, as I see it, essentially three choices tonight, or two choices. We can choose to make a decision on the resolution as we discussed tonight, or we can, with direction to staff, plan for and continue the meeting to the date certain of, I believe it's next Thursday, which is whatever date that is, 16th. So with that preamble, I also had one request from someone in the audience to make sure we speak loud and use our microphones, and if we don't, she's going to give me a sign. So if I could ask our commissioners to remember to use their microphones. Why don't we go ahead and get started? We heard a lot of comments tonight. We've gotten a lot of public documents sent to us, and we've also had some suggestions and recommendations on both the conditions and the resolution. But before we get to that, I'd like to just have an open discussion on some of the things that we've heard tonight, or on the project in general. Clearly, parking is one of them. General plan is one of them. But before I do that, I just want to highlight that what is the March 14th date? The March 14th date is a date where the project becomes approved. And what we're trying to do tonight is we're trying to not, by lack of action, allow a project to become approved, because that's not the way it's supposed to work. So the March the 14th date was established based on the CEQA extension that staff and the applicant negotiated to the maximum allowed extension of 90 days. And we always like to allow one final hearing for the city council as the final decider within the city, and that their meeting, whether it's held or not, is based on either a call for review by a city council person, an appeal by the applicant of the planning commission decision, or an appeal by the public of the planning commission. So all of these things have timelines and schedules and public noticing requirements, which is why between today, February 7th, and March the 14th, we have to do what we have to do, and then staff prepares whatever they need to do in the event that the city council is going to listen to that. So with that, do we have a commissioner that would like to start with comments, or even a process to get through this would be welcome? It's recommended process. Nope. You want to start, Commissioner Wallace?
Well, the answer to your question, do I want to, is no, but if the answer is, will I do it? Yes. I think it's important before we start talking about conditions of the resolution to talk about what it is that this commission actually has the ability to do. One of the things that the public has made consistent throughout the course of the hearings on this project, by the way, this project was filed in February of last year, so it's been sitting in our planning department for almost a year. One of the things that was talked about was the retention of the Nob Hill grocery store because of the need for that particular activity in that area. As a general proposition, the city does not have the ability to force a landlord, a commercial landlord, to conduct any particular type of business. So we can't go to TRC and say, thou shalt cut a deal with another grocery store to replace Nob Hill. We don't have that general authority to do that. So what we can do is to look at a project, and we have certain rules and regulations by which we decide whether that project can be built. The backdrop for this entire discussion is that in 2018, the legislature passed what's called the Housing Accountability Act, which are into in acronyms as HAA. The stated purpose of that legislation was to force municipalities in California, whether they were cities or counties, to approve housing projects whether they wanted to or not. Prior to the passage of that, the municipalities had the ability to deny housing projects on certain bases, that it didn't fit within a community or things like that. The legislature decided that that gave too much power to the local communities over whether housing would get built there. The idea that you could deny a project because it changed the ambiance of your city was thrown out the window. Instead, what the legislature decided was this: as long as a proposed housing project is consistent with the general standards, the general objective standards of a community, the project must get approved for development. And objective standards are generally treated as you can measure it with a ruler, you can hear it, you can see it, you can taste it, you can touch it. It's something that people would agree exists. Whether you like the paint color or the architectural style of a building is not objective, it's subjective. And so the legislature decided that cities like ours were just turning down too many housing projects on that basis, and what the state really needed was housing all over the place. You've probably heard the term RHNA. That's not a name of a person. It's another acronym that everybody likes to use. It's called a Regional Housing Needs Allocation. Short version is Sacramento decides how many housing units the state needs on the next 8 years. And how they do that is sort of a black box situation, but there's a number that's generated. This year, I think it's around 800,000. The state then allocates to regional bodies how many houses will be built in that area. In our area, that regional body is known as the Association of Bay Area Governments, fondly known as ABAG. The people at ABAG then sit down and decide for the municipalities in their area, the cities and the counties, how many housing units are allocated to that particular body. And what that means is not that the cities have to build that, because cities don't build housing unless Bill Gates drops a check for $1 billion on them. What the cities and counties have to do is they have to plan for the amount of houses that they are charged with building to be developed. And they do that by zoning the city to allow for a certain number of housing units to be built. Our allocation in San Ramon is 5,111 housing units. That doesn't mean single-family homes. That could mean condos, townhomes, or the like. Of those 5,111 units, over 3,000 have to be what's considered affordable. Affordable units are sort of sometimes used as a pejorative term, but really what it means is that a unit has to be affordable for a person within a certain income bracket. In California, in our county, and it's based on counties, I think the median income for a family of four at the moderate level is about $120,000. That's what the state wants us to build, and we have to zone to accommodate that. This particular project was, as I said, filed in February of last year. The state, in its wisdom, decided that it wasn't going to allow cities and counties to sit on housing projects forever. So one of the features of the Housing Accountability Act is that once a project is deemed complete, that is, all the paperwork that is necessary to process that application has been turned in, the municipality has 30 days in which to advise the applicant that the project either does or doesn't meet city standards, such as our general plan, zoning ordinance, and other objective standards. One of those objective standards is the density of the project. There are other objective standards. But the city has an obligation, in this case, to provide notice to the applicant within 30 days that the project doesn't meet certain requirements, and they have to be specific. They have to say your project isn't dense enough, or it doesn't meet this criteria or that. And those criteria have to be something that we can measure or quantify. In this case, this came about because we had a project the year before up at the Golden Skate, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with. And the problem was that the deadline to advise the applicant of a failure to meet our standards was missed. And the applicant's attorney told us, and it was agreed to by our city council, that because we didn't tell the applicant within 30 days that here's where you're falling short of our general or specific plan, that the project was deemed consistent with those general plan zoning ordinances or any other city standards. And what is the effect of that? The effect of a decision that a project is consistent with our general plan zoning ordinance or other standards is that the only way to disapprove that project is two methods that have never been used in the city of San Ramon. One is that to build the project would create a significant danger to the health and welfare of our citizens, and that danger cannot be mitigated by taking actions in terms of building the project. I've been on the Planning Commission in 12 years. Not only have I not heard of a project that was been denied on that basis, I haven't even heard that anybody tried to do it on that basis. The second is that there's a violation of the California Environmental Quality Act. Again, in the 12 years I've been on the commission, I don't recall a project ever being denied on that basis, much less it even being brought up. The short version is that once a project is deemed consistent with our general plan and zoning ordinance, the city's ability to deny the project is virtually nil. It can't be done. In this case, as you may recall from my questioning to the city attorney, staff sent a letter to the applicant stating that there were no shortfalls, so to speak, in the project's compliance with our city standards. Now, you can look at that one or two ways, but the bottom line on that letter, which a few of you know was written after the Planning Commission said there were deficiencies and we wanted to put the application on notice, is that as a matter of law, this project has been deemed consistent with all objective city standards. That means that our ability to deny the project is basically gone. And when they say our ability to deny the project, I'm not just talking about the 5 commissioners sitting up here. I'm talking about the city council itself. So as a practical matter, this project has been approved. And all that this commission or the city council can do at this point is to write what are called conditions of approval, which says that you can build the project, but in doing so, you have to comply with these particular standards. Some of them are pretty off-the-shelf items. Most of our conditions of approval are standard items which are used in every single project. Occasionally, there'll be one that is uniquely drafted for a particular project. But one of the other features of our friend, the Housing Accountability Act, is that a condition of approval cannot be used to lower the density of a project below that which the applicant has applied for, or otherwise makes the project unfeasible. And we had an attorney from a law firm very similar to the gentleman who talked to us earlier today here last month. And as I mentioned to the city attorney, the upshot of conditions of approval is you get to nibble around the edges of a project, but you can't deny it. So for those of you who want us to deny this project because it doesn't include a full-service grocery store, we cannot do that. We do not have the power to do that. That was taken away from us by the legislature 5 years ago. So what we have to do here today is to work out conditions of approval that make the project that's going to be approved, I think, a better project and better meet the needs of the city of San Ramon than I think that the current proposals do. And I'm telling you all this because everyone has come in front of us every single meeting, and not just this project and other projects, and they said, you should deny it because of this, that, or the other thing. In this case, it's the grocery store. Well, our powers are limited to what we can and can't do by the state. And so it's not that we don't feel for you. It's not that we don't ignore the fact that you've lost a community grocery store. I understand that. I've been to Nob Hill. But the fact of the matter is we cannot tell the applicant, you cannot build this project because you don't have a full-service grocery store there. That's just a fact of life that we up here have to deal with. And I understand your frustration and your concerns, but this is just something we cannot overcome. And I want you to understand it's not because we don't want to, it's because we can't do so. There is a law, we have to follow it, and this is one of the consequences of those laws. Now, at some point, we're going to be talking about conditions of approval for this project, and we are going to do our level best to make this project a better project than it is right now. I can't guarantee you that'll happen. All I can guarantee you is that we're going to do our level best to do that. That's all I have to say at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Wallace. Any comments either following Commissioner Wallace or ready to move on? Yep. Commissioner Edwards, I'm sorry.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Alpert. I want to just comment on the concept of holding another hearing, and then I've got some general comments about the project. Number one, I'm not in favor of holding a special meeting on this project. I'm not suggesting that we rush to vote, but we keep hearing in no uncertain terms that we have no power to deny this project. Our hands are tied, and that's not going to change. So from my perspective, holding another hearing is an idle act, and it will take time away from the other important business that this commission needs to undertake in order to amend our general plan. That said, I want to make very clear to this community where I stand on this project. I do not support this project. It represents a failure of imagination, and it's a gross lost opportunity for this city. Given the prime location of this site, and I'm talking about the entire marketplace site, and it's important to this community, I would have expected the project sponsor to pursue an economically rational project that maximizes the value of this land, financial and otherwise. We're not going to get a do-over. I would have liked the project sponsor to have engaged with the community and engaged with this commission about a redevelopment plan, as other developers have and are doing as we speak. From my perspective, the 12-plus acre marketplace site, every portion of it, including the 3-plus acre site that is part of this project, is a prime location for thriving mixed-use development. And there are enough really interesting shopping center conversions happening now to show us the kind of project that we are missing out on because we've got this condominium project. There's a Sequoia Station project down in Redwood City. It's a similar site to this one. It houses a CVS and a Safeway as the anchor tenants. That project is slated to deliver 631 dwelling units. 254 of them are going to be affordable. It will have a grocery store. It will have retail. It will have childcare and open space and office and more. The city of Los Angeles is considering a project in Baldwin Hills that's going to transform a 5-acre site into a Costco with 800 units of housing above. Now, I'm not suggesting that we want or need that kind of density on this site. But when you compare what's happening with those shopping center conversions, you have to look at this 40 condominium units and say, what a waste of our land. So rather than proceeding with a coherent redevelopment plan on a 12-acre site, this project sponsor is proceeding with a standalone 3-acre project that's got no connection at all to the rest of its site. That is bad for the project, it's bad for the property, it's bad for the community. And frankly, it's not in the developer's interest. But again, our hands are tied. Commissioner Wallace is right. Our hands are tied. So if this project is approved, whether it's tonight or on another night, I'm confident that someone somewhere is going to declare that approval as a victory. But I am hoping that at some point the development team takes a long, hard look at this project, realizes the lack of vision, and sees all the lost opportunities, financial and otherwise. And if this developer does not have an appetite to pursue a project that makes the highest and best use of this property, I certainly hope that they will sell to somebody who does. Now, I've been very critical of the project sponsor, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out that there's a message here for our community. And I'm very glad to see so many people engaged at this hearing, just like I was so happy to see people engaged on our workshop last week. It's no longer an option to be anti-development. Development is coming, and we need it to come to the housing opportunity sites that we've just identified in our housing element. Many of those are retail sites. In many cases, our state housing laws are preventing us from rejecting development, even when you have a proposed project like this one that's going to objectively hamper our ability to meet our state-mandated housing goals. Saying no is no longer an option. So we have to lay out the welcome mat. We have to engage the development community. We have to communicate what it is that we want and what we need. In my experience, most developers welcome community input. Most of them are motivated to deliver great projects, things that they can be proud of and that the community can be proud of. So instead of focusing on what we've lost, going forward, I hope that we can focus on what we can gain, because development is coming. So those are my thoughts and comments. I appreciate the patience.
Certainly.
It's always tough when you follow the two attorneys. It is difficult to sit here and hear my colleagues say that we really basically have no choice. Because I think the five of us applied to be on this commission thinking we had choices and that our duty was to represent the community and the best interest of the city. So I sit here quite, sad to think that that oath that I took to do that is being thwarted, and I find it to be very, very difficult to reconcile how I believe I view this position and the task before me tonight. I do think that one of the realities of what will happen here is, well, maybe not. I suspect that will happen out of this is that this project, regardless of how we vote, will end up in the lap of the city council. And so I think I would like to offer my concern that we do this in an expedited manner, so that this March 14th date does not loom and prevent one side or the other from having their opportunity to appeal this to the city council. So as we are looking at this, I'm more inclined to take the vote. Some of you are parents, you'll know this metaphor, rip the Band-Aid off and move it along. Because it's been very clear, as in my opinion, as we have progressed through this, that we keep bringing up issues that we see. As far as I can tell, TRC hasn't changed really anything since the first day they were before us. So it's pretty clear how this is going, And it's pretty clear to see how this is going to end as far as their time in front of us as the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of comments. I'll start and just simply say I've made my shared parking concerns pretty clear. I do not see this as what our general plan calls for, which is an integrated project. The Starbucks site is not integrated into the overall project site by virtue of the parking issue. Mixed use is about each use supports the other and makes sense. This is just minimalist sort of planning to get through the process. It's about the introduction of housing and the rehabilitation of a building that fell into some disrepair and can now be called mixed use. I therefore find it tough to find general plan consistency. I want to talk about the future, though, and the plan. I don't know that we can get a plan done now for the project at hand. But as I stated at the last meeting, I'm concerned that there could be a phase 2 where you tear out the buildings that are left between the firehouse restaurant and the houses, and you say, we're going to put housing there, maybe the same kind of housing. And because the CVS needs a paint job and a new floor, we're going to do that and call it mixed use. And apparently the applicant believes that shared parking really isn't going to be something that they would need to do. It is a disappointing effort at mixed use. Mixed use was really intended to bring in product that supported each other, perhaps introduce something new into an area that the neighborhood did not have, but gave some real life to the community in an area where things were not really working very well, and I don't believe this really does that. I want to say that I think there needs to be a master plan, and I think that master plan should be a part of the general plan update that is going to follow what we've just done with the housing element. I think the master plan as written today in the ordinance, or I should say in the general plan, is not enforceable. You cannot require property owner A, who has no business interests with property owner B, and to do a master plan that affects property owner B's property, unless property owner B wants to be a part of it, and so says, and then hold property owner B subject to whatever that plan says when they never agreed to do it in the first place. In the state of California, the only agencies that have planning authority, land use planning authority, are cities and counties. And cities can implement that land use planning authority through a planning commission, a different kind of commission, or you see in some cities and counties where the elected officials act sometimes as the planning commission and sometimes as the city council or board of supervisors. But I'm concerned that the cavalier way in which I believe this plan was put together and the lack of concern about the kind of neighborhood you are leaving and creating makes me wonder what's in store for the future, and I think therefore a plan needs to be done. Again, it probably isn't going to do anything about the shopping center as it currently exists and the lack of the grocery store. I think Commissioner Wallace did a very good job of explaining that, but a plan could, for instance, identify where else in the shopping center we would allow housing to go, how much, what amount of square footage exists at the time that the plan is started in terms of retail use and commercial use, how much are we willing to give up? It could identify the worst case build-out situation from the standpoint of converting retail and commercial to housing and locate the buildings where we think it should go. As an example, I don't know that I'm right about this, but had this project gone in a different location on either of the two properties that are owned by the applicant, it might not have been as bad of a situation as seen by the community. For instance, if it was over where the Buffalo Wild Wings used to be, yes, we would have had a loss of something, but not as important as the grocery store, not as important to bringing in the rest of the traffic that the merchants depend on, because it was the Nob Hill in many ways that people used. They would go to the Nob Hill and then they would go to the other stores there or the restaurant or the coffee shop. So we need to identify where in the shopping center, if anywhere. Maybe this is the end. Maybe this is the limit. Typically, a plan would talk about site vehicular access and ingress, and it would talk about pedestrian circulation. And that's important because if more housing comes into the center, what does that do to the circulation? From a safety standpoint and from a functional standpoint, what does it do to pedestrian access? I think it should identify existing and proposed public gathering places. These days, it's my observation that older shopping centers are not doing well, in part because they are auto-centric. It is about parking as close to whatever it is you want to go to, getting out of your car, getting whatever you need, and getting back in the car. There's no real reason to stay there. There's no place to meet people or do things. And so just as we tried in the Crow Canyon specific plan to create a pedestrian experience, an outdoor experience for people that come to the shopping center and that would be attracted to the shopping center, a plan could identify locations for that and establish minimums that any new development would have to take note of. I think there would have to be a photographic history of the buildings as they exist today, so that there's and a list of postal addresses, so there's no sense that it's too vague. You know, I thought you meant this building and you're really interested in that building. You have to identify clearly where you're going to allow the change, how much change, and ultimately, what does build-out look like? What kind of a build-out 10 years from now, 20 years from now, are we looking for, not just in this shopping center, but in all of the shopping centers? Because this same thing is going to happen in all the shopping centers that have been identified as housing opportunity sites, and perhaps even some that weren't identified as housing opportunity sites, but could allow housing. I think that there's more that a plan would need to have, but I'm just laying out some basics. As currently written in the general plan, it's unclear what that plan would need to have in order to be successful, in order to pass muster from the city. The city will need to be very specific in terms of what it wants, where it wants, and importantly, what it does not want and what it will not allow, so that there's no ambiguity. I happen to disagree with two of my colleagues here tonight about an extra meeting. Yes, I know that the city can determine that we only need 3 meetings at the Planning Commission level and we can have 1 or 2 at the council level. But that's not how I view the 5-meeting limit. The 5-meeting limit, in my view, says to me that yes, you have to reserve a meeting for the council to hear things on appeal, which leaves us 4 meeting dates. But those aren't just the Planning Commission's meetings, they're the public's meetings. There's the public's opportunity to tell us, here's what we think, and even if we've heard it all before, and we pretty much heard everything tonight that we have heard at the first 1 or 2 meetings, nonetheless, that's our obligation. That's what transparency is about. That's what public participation is about. We have the obligation to assume that somebody could come forward with something that convinces us otherwise. We have to give them that opportunity. We have to recognize that good public planning is as much process-oriented as it is results-oriented. Yes, there's going to be a result here, and we are going to have people on one side or the other regarding the result, but at least let's give them an open, fair process, a process that They got to speak. They got to speak as many times as they felt they needed to. They got to introduce whatever thoughts or information that they thought we needed, and then we can take our action. There is no need to cut that short, and I appreciate that. These are long nights, especially for those members of the public and the commission who are working people. I happen to be retired, and so whether I sleep tomorrow until 10 o'clock or 8 o'clock really doesn't much matter. But we signed up to be here. We weren't drafted. We need to give the public every opportunity to try and convince us. I want to lastly say to my colleagues that I'm as unhappy about not having any affordable units here as possible. I built a large part of my planning career when I was working on bringing in affordable housing at 30% in the projects that we were doing. But I don't blame the applicant. We have an inclusionary housing ordinance that allows people to fee out. It allows them to use the mechanism of paying what in this city is a fairly nominal amount of money per unit and feeing out. And once again, and we've talked about this, we need to change that. We have 5,111 units we need to produce in the next 8 years. If we allow 15% of that to be feed out, if my math is correct, if I remember it correct, that's 750 families that aren't going to get what they need, which is help with housing. It is hard for me to feel pressed by anybody who's advocating that we build affordable housing, who isn't here banging their shoe on the podium demanding that we get rid of that provision and require every developer to do their fair share of affordable housing. And so once again, and I know it can't happen for a while yet, but once again I urge the staff, make this a top priority. We have lots of big stuff coming, and we'll miss the boat on too many units if we don't. I'll go back to a comment I made before. I do not find this project consistent clearly with the zoning ordinance. I really don't think it's a general plan consistency project. I may not be able to make that case legally, but unless there is a shared parking agreement that allows people who live in the townhouses to park at the Starbucks site and perhaps even in the rest of the center, and I'm not saying all the time. What I said at the first meeting that I brought this up was you can have limited shared parking. You can say from 8 o'clock in the evening until 6 in the morning, shared parking. And after that, it's just for the Starbucks folks. That gives people a fair shot in the nighttime period when I'm most concerned to park and not have to have their kids park who knows where and walk around in the dark because we didn't think about that. But unless that is there, I will not be voting in favor of this project. And I think I'm on solid legal grounds. I appreciate what the attorney tried to do tonight. He got put on the spot because I made comments that he really didn't know were going to be made, but you didn't convince me. And so those are my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you all. Pretty much everything has been said that I felt. I'd like to just state that I think we've all captured how we feel about the project, but as Commissioner Wallace said, we're not allowed to vote on feelings anymore. It's based on objective standards, and objective standards are things that can be measured. When there's no two unbiased people looking at it, we'll come to the same conclusion. Things like how tall is the building, how wide is the setback? Those are the kinds of things. And right or wrong, our general plan does not have a lot of objective standards. They weren't important until state law decided that they were important. So now that we've approved the housing element, our next step of work is to create objective design standards for mixed use, for residential, for commercial, to the level and degree that we haven't had to do before. And that includes updating all of the zoning, all of the general plan, all of the specific plans that apply. I concur with my fellow commissioners, disappointed with the project. I think TRC could have done better. I think they've demonstrated they could do better when they brought in one Trader Joe's. But unfortunately, that's not the path we're on right now. Should we have another meeting or should we vote tonight? I'm going to agree with Commissioner Marks, but for a slightly different reason. As Commissioner Wallace said, all that we have left at this point is conditions of approval. And I think there is enough in the drafts, in the red line versions that we've seen so far, that I don't want to rush that process because that's all that we have left, you know. And while I agree that we also value from the public comment, I would encourage people, should we collectively decide to have another meeting, to come prepared to discuss what you now understand to be our freedom and our power at this point. And that is conditions of approval. Focus on the conditions of approval in a way that, in such that, make this project better. We all agree that it's sad to lose Nob Hill. Nob Hill closed, and we all wish there was a grocery store or not. But what we really need the public participation is to add value in the process by making your suggestions available to us on how to tighten up the conditions of approval. And I suspect that's what we're going to be spending the rest of the night discussing, is both the resolution and the conditions of approval. And then at that point, we'll be ready to collectively make a decision whether to vote on the resolution as amended tonight or to request that we discuss this at one more meeting. And with that, the only person I haven't heard on whether they might be interested in another meeting is Commissioner Wallace. You know, or do you want to reserve your recommendation at this point?
Well, I think that what we ought to do is to start to go through the conditions of approval and resolution. As you know, I sent proposed revisions to each of those documents to the commissioners and staff yesterday and this morning. I think we at least ought to talk about what we want to do. Maybe we can work through them tonight. Maybe we have to come back and tweak them, but I think we ought to start tonight and at least, you know, sketch out what we think. For my part, I will say that, you know, my changes to the resolution basically fall into one or two buckets. They're repeated throughout. The conditions of approval, I haven't made those many changes. The one exception is that I have put in a provision in there for a master plan. I realize that, you know, it's never going to be as precise as a specific plan would be, but I think there's two things that augur for it. One is that our general plan currently calls for the preparation of it. I know that there's an argument been made that we cannot require a master plan for property that's not owned by this particular applicant, but I've taken that into account because if the applicant cannot obtain the cooperation of the other landowners to come up with a true master plan for the entire marketplace, that it requires TRC to develop a master plan for that portion of the property that it does own. And I think this is important for several reasons, one of which is, besides keeping Nob Hill intact or another grocery store, the one consistent point that everybody has raised is they want a master plan for this area. And the reason they have is why master plans, in part at least, get developed. They want to know what the property owner intends to do with the property. And in this particular case, as I recall, the area in that marketplace that TRC owns that is north of Montgomery has housing opportunity sites, which means that the developer, as at least indicated to staff, that they plan on redeveloping that area within the next 8 years. And I don't think that it is untoward to require a professional developer like TRC to sit down and put something in writing for the citizens of this community as well as ourselves and the city council and say, here's what I see doing with this shopping center for the next 8 years. I think that's something that everybody in the city has wanted to have. I think that's what the general plan requires. I don't think that by limiting that plan to the property that TRC owns, we are violating any rules, regulations, or constitutional prohibitions. So that's probably the biggest thing that I've tried to insert into the conditions of approval. So I'd be happy to start on this. I've sort of given you what I thought.
Do you want to start with the resolution, which is a little bit more focused, or do you want to start there first, and then we'll move to the conditions? Would that be a...
that would be my druthers.
Yeah, I think so too. So, Commissioner Wallace, you did submit, and we did all get copies of a green line to the red line version of the resolution. And I know that both the city attorney and staff have reviewed it. And do you want to, for the benefit of all of us and the public that may not have had a chance to read the green line version of the red line version, discuss or highlight the changes that you are proposing on the resolution?
I'd be happy to do that. Basically, the changes that I propose to the resolution itself are basically twofold. One is that just a matter of ordering the history of the Marketplace Center. It starts out in the original draft on the application being submitted, but there's a history that predates that. So basically, I started with 1986 and worked in a chronological fashion. I've kept the language as is. I've just reordered it. The second thing I've done, and I've tried to be consistent throughout the resolution, is this. As I pointed out earlier, and there doesn't seem to be any dispute about this, the reason that we are starting with the resolution and conditions of approval is because we have to approve the project. Now, normally, it's been the history in San Ramon that resolutions like this detail the findings of the Planning Commission as to certain material facts, including those that are required to be listed in the zoning ordinance. But in this particular case, that decision was taken out of our hands. The Planning Commission did not make the findings that are attributed to it in the original draft resolution. My view is that staff made that determination, staff owns that decision now, and that the resolution should state that that's exactly what happened. The legal effect of that, I don't know, but that's the truth of the matter as to what happened. I, for one, am not prepared to approve a resolution that says this Planning Commission made findings such as the consistency with this project and our general plan and zoning ordinance. I am prepared to adopt a resolution that says planning staff made that decision. But as I said, they made it, they own it, they have to deal with it. So those are basically the two changes of substance I made in the resolution. I have tried to be as consistent as I could to making those. If I missed something, it was by an error in omission rather than deliberation. But that is essentially what I've done.
Through the chair, if I could just address some of those things. As you know, typically we do include the findings and that the commission includes the fact that they've made such findings and that where the record supports it. And it is preferable to keep them in. It makes the decision more defensible. And so I would ask that the commission consider the findings and consider whether or not they agree with staff's determination, and on that basis make your decision as to whether or not to make the findings in this document.
Okay, so let me follow up with a question of the city attorney. Let's assume that we decide that we don't agree with staff's position. We don't agree that this project is consistent with our general plan and zoning ordinance. Let's assume we make that decision. Then what is your recommendation to us as to how the language of the resolution should be worded.
I would recommend that you adopt the language as you've written it, essentially, with a few nibbles around the edges, if you will.
You can't resist, can you? Okay. If I can follow, I'm not sure how my fellow commissioners want to proceed at this point. I don't know if they've had adequate time. Normally, as you know, we go through a resolution page by page and say yes, no, whatever, make the changes. You know, I thought that, at least on the resolution, the changes I proposed were sufficiently extensive that I didn't know that that would be an appropriate way to do it, but I am certainly willing to go through this page by page and discuss each change that I proposed. But I'm only one vote out of 5.
Make sure I understand that at the high level, the changes that you are proposing highlight that planning staff made the determination of consistency, and at the final sentence where it normally says completely under the independent judgment of the Planning Commission, ABC happens, you added an additional sentence that said, and based on the recommendation of planning staff of general plan consistency, then you finish as we normally finish. Not solely based on our independent judgment. Is that?
That is correct. And the reason I did that is, as I tried to explain to the members of the public at the beginning, is that a decision was made by staff that we cannot overturn as to whether it's consistent or not. And I wanted it to be absolutely crystal clear that the approval of this project was based on that fact of law as opposed to our own independent judgment. Now, it may be that we have 3 commissioners who believe that the project is in fact consistent with the general plan and zoning ordinance, in which case they could approve the resolution as drafted by staff. It's not my understanding that that's the case, and as I said, even if it was, I would not be one of those 3 people. So what I'm trying to do is, I tried to make an effort before we got here today to allow everyone on the commission time to review this so that we could, go through this in a, I won't say expeditious, but in a thoughtful, but a way that allows us to do what we need to do. If we can't do it tonight, if there's a tweak that needs to be made, then we have next Thursday as a relief valve. But I tried to do this and say, here's what I think, and see if people agree with me. And so it really amounts to whether my fellow commissioners want to go through this and make changes to it, or that in general they are willing to accept it and they have some tweaks. And if so, on the latter, what is the most efficient way for us to deal with the tweaks? Is it to go through this page by page tonight, or come back next week? If we do it next week, my suggestion is this, subject to anybody telling me this is a violation of the Brown or any other act, I think that we ought to send to the staff whatever other changes we want to make in time for us to review it. So when we come back, if we come back, say, okay, I agree with this, and this, and the areas that we want to change or have disagreements with are as narrow and as limited as possible, so we can use the time that we've allotted for this task to be as efficient as possible.
Anybody have any comments at this point?
I would just assume, take out our pens and start going through the resolution and the conditions. I think we can get the work done.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. I agree with that. Any comments? It's a fundamental shift in the resolution by what you've proposed, and I don't want to lose sight of that while we tweak the words underneath. We first, I think, need to come to a consensus on do we agree with the proposed fundamental shift in the language to the resolution, and with city attorney input, is what we're proposing allowed, or does it have unintended consequences that we may not be thinking of, because it does shift the independent judgment, where it's independent judgment with expert feedback, because I reflect back on the Planning Commission meeting prior to the notice of determination, and I think at the time, the commission wanted more information, and we may have all moved past that by now, but it doesn't feel as if we've made that independent decision at that point.
You're talking about the October 4th
fourth
meeting?
Yeah.
I do have a recommendation for some language on that, and what I would suggest is that we reflect what was actually said at that meeting. So we would change that recital to, whereas on October 4th, 2022, the Planning Commission, held a public hearing to consider the proposed marketplace mixed-use development project applications, received the staff report, received a presentation by the applicant, project plans, other pertinent documents, received public comment testimony, and provided project comments and feedback to planning staff as follows, and then just quote the actual language, and that goes. And this was Chair Alpert's summary of what was asked of staff. We've identified two potential issues with general plan and/or zoning inconsistency: the density calculation and the definition of mixed use as the current project proposes. And identifying them is not the same. That's it. It's just identifying them so that we preserve our right to have further discussions around those two items. Close quote. The commission then continued the public hearing to a date to be determined for further discussion.
Comments or feedback on the proposed language change?
Oh, I know that part was synopsized in, I think it was CAMPAD's attorney's document. It seems to me that the two salient points of what we tried to do on October 4 was to comply with the Housing Accountability Act by specifying what portions of the project we felt didn't comply with our general plan and zoning ordinance. And second, it was done specifically to allow us to raise that with the applicant for a final decision. In other words, I remember saying this was not a final decision, but it was to put the applicant on notice so we could have a further discussion, so that when we did make a final determination, these items would still be available to us. That was my intent. I think I said that at the hearing probably 5 or 6 times. So,
if it would help, we could include your quote as well, which is, that's all I was trying to do, was to preserve our right to have a discussion and preserve whatever rights we have under the Housing Accountability Act.
I think that serves the purpose for that particular thing.
With that beyond us, it sounds like we're back on a path to get through the resolution, because I think that kind of brings the two sides together, from what I can tell.
On that particular recital?
On that recital.
Yes.
Right. In general, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, that's our agreement about disagreement, yes.
Okay. Pleasure of the commission to Commissioner Wallace, since you brought this forward. Do you feel the proper approach to address the fundamental difference in the two resolutions, which is maybe not that fundamental, it's just a slight different flavor? Do you feel the right approach is to go through the resolution by page at this point, or what will get us to an end that you feel like?
I think the page by page approach. Now, I just want to note two things. One is I sent 2 versions of the revised resolution out. One basically struck the language that we had made findings on consistency and the like. And the second is I kept that strikeout, but I added that the decision was made by staff. So there was, if you just struck out the lack of a finding, someone could come back in and say, well, they whiffed on that. which
Oh,
isn't
okay.
quite true, is because there was a decision made by staff on consistency. And as you know from our prior meetings, there is a view by some people that that is sufficient under the Housing Accountability Act. And to the extent that that is correct, I wanted to preserve our right under those circumstances. So I tried to put that this was a staff determination. Now, I know when I asked the city attorney a little bit earlier about the letter that was written, I guess it's a semantic issue when they said, quote, they did not identify any objective deficiencies. Is that the same thing as saying that it was consistent? To me, that's a difference without a value. But, you know, I agree with the comment that the city attorney made that by not identifying specific issues, that is, basically you waived your right to raise them later on. I guess is it a waiver or an affirmative finding? Now, I looked at the letter as an affirmative finding of consistency, not that we couldn't find anything. It was consistent. I'm not sure it makes a difference. I mean, you can quote the way the letter was written, because that's what was said. That's a fact. And so if you want to change the resolution to basically quote the language that was actually used, I don't have a problem with it, because then all we'd be arguing is the legal effect. But as city attorney correctly pointed out, whether you said, yes, it's consistent, or we haven't found any inconsistencies, it's the same thing, is that it's deemed consistent as a matter of law. And that's the salient point that I was trying to bring out, which explains why I tried to tell the people tonight, we can't deny the project because of this, that, or the other thing.
Right.
So
where I think we can get there. I just wonder if city attorney has an opinion based upon the finding by the planning staff that the project, I don't know that we've
Sure.
ever seen a
Okay, well,
resolution where the finding by the planning staff.
I think Commissioner Wallace was moving on to the next recital as
Yes.
a part of that.
the October 17 paragraph.
And I think it would be worthwhile to just add the exact quoted language from the letter into that recital, something along the lines of, in response to Commission's feedback, city staff provided a written letter to the applicant, one, summarizing, among other things, the Commission's concerns with potential general plan inconsistencies, and two, stating that, quote, while there are no identified inconsistencies with objective standards or criteria, the Commission requested a written response to the comments provided, and then I put in parentheses in the letter.
No, I would agree with that, because actually quoting what was said is more accurate. I don't think it makes any difference, but I think for purposes of the record, we should try and make it as accurate as we can.
Thank you. Was there another question?
No, not,
Chair
no,
Alpert?
not the recitals. I think I jumped the gun.
Thank you.
I jumped in. Okay. So we've gone through the October 17th meeting. Moving on.
If I can help, the top where, I hope this, I got this right on your copy, but on page 3, the top whereas, I struck out the point, quote, consistent with the intent of the 30-day CEQA period and 60-day period, close quote. I don't think that's relevant to the fact that the city and the applicant agreed to the extension to issue a CEQA compliance finding, which, by the way, we never discussed tonight. But also in the last whereas paragraph, I struck out the statement, which is by the Planning Commission, that the project is consistent with applicable General Plan 2035 and zoning regulations. Again, the point I'm trying to make is that we haven't made these decisions. Basically, the decision was made for us. on page 4, and again, I hope this is page 4 under 2B, I think that the language there could be, could borrow what the city attorney talked about on the whereas on page 2, that exactly what the letter says. And on part 2C, the second part of what I've highlighted, again, adopt the language of what the letter actually says. I think it is true that this is a housing opportunity site. I think that's important. I've saved a few trees on 2E by taking out all those specific findings. And again, I would say that putting in the staff, there are no inconsistencies. The language we talked about on the first page probably suffices. On 3B, on page 5 of 11, I just took out this is regards to major subdivision map, and here I need a little help. 2B says the proposed vesting tentative map, then I struck out and the project, comma, together with the provisions for its design and improvements, comma. I took that and the project portion out. I don't know that it's really relevant to the issue of the major subdivision. I think the major subdivision is how you carve up the property into parcels, so I don't think the improvements have any relevance to that. Going down to the use permit.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
May I interrupt just a moment?
Sure.
So 3B, are you proposing that read, the proposed vesting tentative map is consistent with the city's subdivision ordinance and municipal code? Period?
Someone tell me why that was not dealt with in the discussions we had on October 4. Are we giving away anything by saying that? Because the proposed vesting map, I thought, was different than the project itself. Again, I'm looking for help on the major subdivision issue.
To my mind, the section 3 is about the major subdivision. It's not about the project.
Right, that's why I struck out that point. So my question is, I guess, do we have to, well, is it relevant to say the proposed vesting tentative map is consistent with the general plan, state law, blah, blah, blah?
You know, I would agree, although I do believe that the map and the rest of the project applications are inexorably tied.
Yes.
And as such, they should be considered together.
So help me out on the language there.
Well, I would just put back and the project together with the provisions for its design and improvement.
Okay, so the reason I took it out is because it seemed to me that by saying and the project, comma, together with the provisions for its design and improvement, comma, is consistent with all applicable requirements of General Plan 2035 is contrary to the position we're taking otherwise, because it seems to me it could be argued that that is a finding that the project is consistent with the general plan, a finding by the Planning Commission, which, you know, I'm not prepared to make.
I don't read it that way. I don't read it that way at all. I think that the map is consistent with all the applicable provisions of the general plan. And what is problematic about that?
Well, here, the question is whether I originally struck out this language, quote, and the project, comma, together with the provisions for its design and improvement, comma, close quote. I took that out because as I reading it, someone could say, well, wait a minute, you just said the project is consistent with the general plan. what I was trying to do is to limit it to the proposed vesting tentative map and leave out the project language.
But even tentative maps have to be designed. They have to be designed, let's say, with streets. And the streets have to be consistent with whatever applicable plans we have.
Okay, so let me try this again. If we just take out "and the project" and say the proposed vesting tentative map together with the provisions for its design and improvements is consistent with.
I think that's fine.
Okay.
So I'm just, if you don't mind, I'd like to just throw in some 2 cents here. Every one of us has expressed deep reservations about this project and significant objections to virtually every aspect of this project. This resolution has some things that it absolutely must say in order to be a legally binding document. And I don't think we have a choice but to include those things. What I do not want to include are superfluous statements that are directly contradictory to the statements that we have made tonight and during other hearings. I think that superfluous statements that go beyond the absolute minimum of what this resolution has to contain undermines the integrity of this process. And frankly, the integrity of this process is of fundamental importance to me as I sit here having taken an oath. And I think that it's fundamentally important to the integrity of this body in the eyes of the members of the community in San Ramon. So I don't think we need to say that the design and improvement of the tentative map is consistent, blah, blah, blah. I think it's sufficient to say the proposed vesting tentative map is consistent with the requirements of the general plan, state law, and the city's subdivision ordinance and municipal code, period. I think that is all we have to say. And I appreciate that others may disagree. That's my position.
Okay, just let me quote, make sure that I understand this. What you're saying is we should rewrite 3B to say, the proposed vesting tentative map is consistent with all applicable requirements of General Plan 2035, state law, and the city's subdivision ordinance and municipal code, period.
That would be my preference.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
I think that works. That's fine.
Okay, so on 4B, again, I think that it can be dealt with. Now, just so we're clear, what I'm talking about is the language I added about the planning process. The things that I've stricken out, I assume will be also stricken out, such as the statement, the project complies with all other applicable provisions of the zoning ordinance and municipal code. Again, I'm trying to limit it to what staff said in its letter. Okay. So that would be the change to 2B would be the tweak to the added language I did. The same would be true of 2C. Again, it would be what the city attorney suggested.
And to confirm, and to confirm at the top of that page.
I'm sorry?
And to confirm at the top of the page, that same statement exists too. It's a carryover from.
Is this
Oh.
2E as in
Yeah,
Edward?
2E,
Yes. Yeah, I thought I covered that, but okay, yes.
Thanks.
You're right.
Make sure we're on the same page. We're in the section regarding the use permit now, right?
Yes. I'm looking further past clarification.
Right. So again, in the use permit, I would propose keeping the stricken language in sections 2B and 2C and tweaking the language that I added along the lines that we discussed with the city attorney. That covers the remainder of the use permit. Number 5, architectural review. Well, I think I lost a page. All right, let me go to a different version here.
I think it's page 6.
Yeah,
Page
yeah,
6, and
I
it's
did have a
5
different-
regarding the architectural review.
Right. So, again, I believe we should keep out the language I've stricken and change what I've added to be consistent with what we originally agreed with the city attorney. That would apply to 5B, 5C, 5D. Now, in 5E, which is the public safety provision, I just have a real problem in saying in the best interests. The best is sort of a qualitative word. I just say is in furtherance of the public health and safety, and say that it's in the best interest. I don't know that's hurting anything.
So can I ask a question? Why do we need to say that the project design is in the best interest of the public health, safety, and general welfare? Is it not enough to say the project is not detrimental?
I think that's the language of the finding, but I'm not exactly sure. I'm getting a nod from Lauren. So I believe the language actually says best interest.
So we are required to make a statement that it's in the best interest.
Yeah, and Lauren's checking on the exact language.
Yeah, just so you know, my theory in trying to go through the resolution and also the conditions of approval was to change as little as possible and only change those portions I felt were consistent with what the Planning Commission actually did. I did not try and rewrite everything. That's beyond my pay grade.
I agree with that. I agree with that, and I do think we need to make as minimal changes as we possibly can. However, I don't think that any one of us believes that this project is in the best interest of the public health, safety, and general welfare. Not detrimental, perhaps.
Okay, if I can make a suggestion, while staff is muddling over what the exact language is, the only other change I made to 5E was to strike out comprehensive landscape design. I don't think comprehensive is necessary unless it's a requirement of the statute, which I kind of doubt. 5F, I've made a change, I think keeps the language, strikes out something else unless someone has a problem with it. On 5H, I did strike the words for the enjoyment of the public. I just said provide an attractive environment. I think, again, that's sort of more of a minimalist approach. I don't think we need to add something that isn't really necessary. Tree removal. I did try and blame it all on staff, but I couldn't find any place to do that, so I didn't make any changes. Want to make sure they're listening. I had a question. In this, Section 7, growth management, project compliance. This has to do with the junior accessory dwelling units. Now, I know we talked about those before, but it's my understanding that the junior ADUs are not required as part of the project. Rather, they are an option to a potential buyer that they can do that. So that's why I added the option to include up to 4 ADUs, because absent that language, it sounds like the applicant is committing to build out 4 junior ADUs, which is not my understanding of what their intention was, so I put in the option.
My impression was that it was an option as well, but I might lean on staff to confirm that.
I would agree with that statement, but the one, what we did talk about at the commission level is having those included. They are affordable by design is our hope, and that we'll be able to count those towards our RENA allocation.
Right,
On the rent survey. So-
Right, as I recall, was the idea was that from the rent survey, given the size of the units, that we could tell HCD with a straight face that these units will be affordable because that's the rent bracket they're slated for. Okay.
Through the chair, regarding required findings for architectural review, number 1D, in the best interest of public health, safety, and general welfare of the community, is the quote.
Okay, well, my view would be hold our nose and say that. Okay, I think that's the only changes I had on the growth management plan, which is section 7.
I'm sorry, through the chair. Are we striking then? We are not going to strike or add the words, the option to include up to? We'll just leave
No,
that as is?
I think that we leave that in there.
Leave that in there? Okay.
Yeah, unless, again, I've not heard anyone say, by God, we're going to make 4 ADUs in this project. So unless someone says that, I think it's an option. That's what I understood.
Do
Okay.
we want to receive clarification from the applicant?
Do we have a Bible around here?
You heard the question, right? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Alan Murphy on behalf of the applicant. The project does include 4 junior accessory dwelling units. That is part of the project. So we don't believe the addition of the option to include language is necessary because it is part of the project.
Okay, so just so we're clear, for the record, the applicant is going to build 4 ADUs as part of the project.
As part of the project, 4 junior ADUs. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then with that clarification and commitment, I would take out "and the option" to include. Okay, so what's left is the last, now therefore be it resolved, on packet page 25. I think that we can, again, borrow the language that we talked about, copying the actual wording of the October 17 letter. And here's my question to the city attorney. And that is this. We've had confirmation here and also at the October 18th discussion. It was not a meeting to discuss this project, so it doesn't count as a meeting, but that the staff's letter is binding on the city council as well as the planning commission. And the reason I put the language in there, may be binding as a matter of law, is I wanted to make it clear that in this resolution, we considered that we did not have the ability to deny the project based on inconsistencies with our general plan or zoning ordinance, and it was because, as a matter of law, it's been determined that they are consistent. That's the language I was trying to put in here. Now, if someone disagrees with that, you speak up. If someone has a better language to use, speak up as well. But that's what I was trying to do. That's the whole point of this portion of the resolution, was to make it clear how this decision got made.
Would you just clarify, it's may be binding?
Yeah, that's what I said, may be binding. I did not want to tie the city's hands in litigation on this. You leave it up to the court. I don't know that there's been a decision made on any cases on this particular point yet, but I think that as a planning commission, the maybe is probably what we should lead with.
Or I don't really mind whether it's maybe or is, because it is binding as a matter of law, but it could also be just the planning staff issued a written determination, well, and then quoting the language as we've done throughout.
Okay, I can live. I can live with that, and then we leave the legal consequences of that up to a court if necessary.
So we're striking from that to council? of your.
Yes, yeah. So basically, we'll be looking at is the inclusion of the language that the city attorney and I worked out at the beginning.
Yep.
Then the last thing I struck out was right above Exhibit A, the reference to Exhibit A, which is the conditions of approval, in conformance with the general plan 2035. And because I thought that was contrary to what we're saying, because it sounded like we were saying that it was in conformity to the general plan. And I tried to make pains to say that the Planning Commission itself did not do so. So that's why I struck that out. I don't think it's necessary. So that's why I took it out.
If you want to be consistent with the binding nature of the determination, you could say in legal conformance with the general plan, then it's essentially not your decision, but the fact that it is, that you are legally deemed conforming.
Yeah, my druthers would be just to take it out as I've indicated, because we've already indicated up in the top paragraph sort of the basis for that particular paragraph. I just don't want to create any ambiguity as to whether the commission itself made any findings. So that would be so it would read, based on the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval attached to Exhibit A. Okay. That'd be my proposal. Okay.
Boy, how time flies. It's 10:30. It's been another hour and a half. We can take a stretch your shoulder break before we keep going without a real break, if that's okay. We're going to keep going, but if you want to stand up and stretch, you're welcome to.
Do you want to go on to the conditions of approval?
I think that makes sense.
Okay. I think that the red line on the conditions of approval is actually from staff's draft. Okay, with one exception. And I will point it out on its packet, would be packet page 38, which is for the section that deals with prior to site development permit issues. And the reason I put it in here was that I felt that this provided enough time for the applicant to put together a master plan before making any physical changes, because it's prior to demolition or new construction of any portion of the project. Now, this has to do with the master plan we've been talking about. And for fear of repeating what I've said before.
I'm sorry, what number are we looking at?
I'm sorry.
So to kind of facilitate everybody,
it would be following what is staff currently has as COA 53, right before the Engineering Services Division.
and we are going to go through all of the other conditions. We'll let Commissioner Wallace highlight the one proposal related to the master plan, but I do want to go back and, because I believe there are comments on additional ones, so we can.
Right, I've been dominating the discussion.
No, that's okay.
So I wanted
That's
to
okay.
finish up with what I had to say then.
Right, so,
Would be the late communication received from you today, correct?
yes.
Yeah, I believe. Right.
And it shows up as prior to the Engineering Services Division, almost at the very end.
Yes.
And it's titled with number XX.
That's correct, that's correct.
And we'll let staff get to that place in the document. so that-
Oh, I know where it is.
You got
I have
it?
the previous language.
Everyone knows what we're talking about.
So we're looking at the master plan.
The master
Yes,
plan.
XX, prior to the demolition of new or new constructions. That's how it begins. And that's a proposed new condition of approval.
Right.
And as a reminder, we are going to go back and review all of the existing ones.
Right, I just wanted to get out of the way that the changes that I had made, it was not intended to be a denial of any of the changes anybody else made, because I know we have at least one. But what I tried to do here was to create a requirement that A, was consistent with our general plan requirement, and it is a requirement. It's quite clear that this project triggered the requirement under the general plan to create a master plan, but yet avoid any claim that by asking for preparation of a master plan that we were infringing anybody's constitutional rights. We had discussions whether forcing the applicant to do a master plan for property it did not own. And what I've tried to do is to say, okay, your obligation is to go to the other owners and see if they'll cooperate. If they don't, just do a master plan for your space, the property you own. And I thought that was reasonable under the circumstances, particularly since we know that the northern portion of the marketplace is the subject of 2 existing housing opportunity sites, which means the applicant has indicated they will be developed as housing within the next 8 years. Now, that obviously is not a binding commitment on the applicant, but that's the whole basis for making something a housing opportunity site. Beyond, as I've said, beyond the general plan requirement, one of the 2 things that the people in San Ramon have talked about that they want out of this project is a master plan so they know what's going to happen to that property. I think this is a reasonable approach to this requirement. I don't see why the developer, experienced developer like this, would have a problem doing it, and that's why I put it in there.
Commissioner Wallace, I have a quick question on this. Would it be appropriate to include some sort of time frame in which the master plan would be the horizon, like for the next 5 years, for 10 years, what they think is going to happen, to include some language related to that?
Maybe in a ideal world, if you're interested in doing it for that period of time, to having a temporal time frame, I would say 8 years, because that is the 6th housing cycle. And so what's going to happen to it, again, since we have 2 housing opportunity sites in the northern portion, I think that's legitimate to say, hey, in the next 8 years, what are you going to do?
I'd just like to be able to, bring the process down to something more concrete rather than just someday we might do this.
No, I understand
So,
that. It's
to put that language in.
Mr. Chairman, I want to say that I do not agree with the language here. This is more of a wish list than it is a plan. If we want something, we need to be very clear about what we want. We encourage a broader mix of, to encourage something is to say, could you please think about it? We're dealing with a serious problem. We stand to lose a lot more of not only this shopping center, but other shopping centers if we don't stop using language like encourage and good faith and things like that. If we want a plan, whether we call it a redevelopment plan or a master plan, we have to say the plan shall include the following, and be very clear about what it is we want and when we want it and where we want it. Otherwise, how do you evaluate it? I looked at it, but I thought I wouldn't do it because of this or that. Or in good faith, I couldn't do it. Those are not planning terms. They may be applicable in other circumstances, but the real issue here is how much of the shopping center are we willing to convert to other than retail and commercial use? And where are we going to allow it? And unless we are very clear about that information being in the plan, we will get something that is not going to be very helpful or directive. The purpose of a plan is not, let me put it this way, the purpose of a plan is to be directive. It is to say, here is what we want, and here is what we do not want. I will again say that we need to take a look at site vehicular and pedestrian circulation. What do we want throughout the shopping center? What do we want relative to any public gathering spaces? What do we want in terms of, if we're going to allow housing, where will it go? Is every location a potential housing site? Or are there some locations which have stronger retail possibilities that we want to preserve, and other sites that have lesser retail opportunities, allow, if we're going to allow more housing, allow them. I understand what Eric is trying to do. He's trying to be reasonable, and I'm not. I want a plan that I can depend on. I want a plan that the neighborhood can depend on. I want something that if a site-specific plan for a project comes in and it doesn't comply with the clear criteria in the plan, then we aren't being arbitrary when we say, sorry, it just doesn't work. I'll stop, Corey. It sounds like you want to say something.
Well, I'm struggling because I agree with everything you just said.
Then stop.
However, I believe that an approval of this project application severs this 3.91 acres from the rest of the site.
I do too.
And so I don't know that it is appropriate for us to impose a condition of that kind on this project applicant for a site that is outside the scope of the project. It seems to me that what you are suggesting would be appropriately dealt with by this commission as a specific plan that this commission formulates. The second piece of my concern is that even if we were to include a master plan for the remainder of the 12-acre site as a condition on this project approval, I think built into that is that that master plan is subject to discretionary review by this commission. And I don't know that we have the right, power, authority, ability to call it back, to have it approved by this commission. So I don't know if Mr. License wants to weigh in or, but those are my thoughts, and that's why I'm making faces at you.
Thank you.
Well, let me, it's really not a rebuttal or anything. My purpose in drafting this language was to try and work into the condition of approval what the general plan required, and it is triggered when there's any residential on the entire site, to meet the concerns of the citizens in a way that they would understand. I understand what Commissioner Marks and you were talking about in terms of the specificity. That is beyond my pay grade to do this, to draft up the language that you're all talking about. And given the time that we had, I did the best I could with what I was working with. I guess it's open to, we have one or two, well, I guess we have one or two choices and maybe more. One is to try and tweak the language in the description of the master plan that accomplishes what we want to do. And the other is just to say, I know the general plan says this, but at this point, particularly in light of the Housing Accountability Act, there's no practical way to do it, at least within the timeframes we're talking about. Just leave it out. If someone has a third alternative, I'm all ears.
Well, perhaps I should back off a bit. I understand that we only have a few weeks left before they have to do this. I guess the point I'm trying to make is this isn't going to solve the long-term problem. This is simply a stopgap to get from where we are today to issuance of building permits for this 3.9 acre site. And I agree, I'm stepping a little too far here. But it does highlight, and I hope you will agree, that there is a mandatory plan that needs to be done. And as I said at the last meeting, there is no such thing in state law as a master plan. It's a specific plan. And we do specific plans for various parts of the city. It shouldn't be the applicant who does it. It should be the city that does it. I don't know what master planning the applicant experience they have, but I would have a whole lot more faith in the city doing a plan than I would an applicant who stands to benefit by skewing the plan in a direction they want to go. So I will agree with Corey that I should back off on this, but I really hope that you will agree at some point that through the general plan land use element process, there has to be something that not only affects this shopping center, but prior to the conversion of housing, of retail to housing in any of the shopping centers, here is what we want. And here is what we will approve or disapprove a project about. So I think enough said on that. I'll back off and say fine to Eric's comments here, but I don't have faith that we will get much if we don't get very specific and stop using words like encourage and stuff like that. You either want it or you don't want it.
So let me just make sure I understand. So your suggestion is that either the city, take on the task of either modifying the general plan to be as specific as it needs to be, but not just for this site, but for any site that this could happen to, or would your preference be to see a specific plan just on the marketplace?
I think there needs to be a general policy in the overall land use element that says every shopping center will do this, and make sure that it lays out what the elements of that plan need to include. I'm as concerned about Country Club or Pro Canyon Commons as I would be about the marketplace. I'm particularly concerned, we haven't discussed this tonight, we've been told there's adequate shopping. There's 25,000 people who plan to come to the city. We have already approved about 6,000 housing units that are unbuilt. We have RENA obligations in the amount of 5,000 housing units. When you figure 2.4 or 2.5 persons per household on average, you don't have enough shopping if you don't at least preserve what we've got. And while that's not your burden to figure out what we do, it's our burden to make sure that we don't use this weasel language and that anybody can construe to mean in almost anything. So again, I apologize for coming at Eric's language given the short term we have here, but it reflects my frustration that we are approving or potentially approving a project that causes more damage than I think it helps.
Through the chair, if I might. So I'm going to caution the commission adding a general plan policy that requires a process or a specific plan to develop housing on a housing opportunity site. That would be a barrier to housing and would be a violation of the Housing Accountability Act.
I think you need to be more clear about that at a later date.
So
I'm not sure I buy that.
So when we get to the place of updating the general plan, I think that's a pre warning to us.
Yeah, and the thing, and what we've been talking about is how we're going to work on those mixed-use centers or the mixed-use definitions. That's probably where we'll have to be, or nibbling around the edges, per se. So I think Martin has something else to chime in on.
Just wanted to add to what Commissioners Marks and Edwards were talking about. Putting the master plan into the hands of the applicant at this point. Not only allows the applicant to drive the process and to dictate what it is that goes in, but there's also no way to make it binding on the applicant. So we would have a document that was produced by the applicant, and that could say basically whatever he wanted to, just to get through the process, and then there'd be no way to hold him accountable to it. The best way forward, I agree, is to go with a city-initiated specific plan. And actually, when you think about it, even the draft specific plans as presented would be just as binding or more on the applicant than anything that he produced as a part of this process.
Right, and okay, so let me ask you a question. You basically said that if the applicant prepares the master plan, it's not going to be binding on the applicant. Is it binding on the city?
No.
Okay. So part of the reason for having this in there was to put the applicant on record as to what they were thinking is the future of this particular property, because that is one thing that the city residents have asked about over and over again. So if it is not binding on us, and if it's not binding on them, it is at least a statement by the applicant about what they're thinking of, and to the extent that they come in with something different, that may be reflecting their credibility. To me, it's sort of a no-risk proposition, because if it's not binding on us, then we can decide whatever we want to do that isn't in the master plan through a specific plan or otherwise.
It's kind of an extraordinary demand of a property owner. I don't know of any other property owner that we've asked, what are your future plans for your property? And I think that's where the equal protection aspect of this thing kind of shows itself. I don't see the utility in it, and I don't see our ability to make anything with teeth.
I'm sorry?
I don't see an ability here to impose any kind of condition that has any kind of teeth whatsoever.
And I would tend to agree with you. Again, it's a statement that the city residents wanted to see what this developer has in mind for this project, whether it's binding or not. If the rest of the commissioners think that's a idle act, I'm okay with that. I have no ego to bruise on this one. It's just that I thought an effort should be made to try and comply with the general plan on a subject that is of immense interest to our city residents.
So where we're at, having a condition in this project.
I'm going to weigh in briefly as I look across. I'm inclined to lean on the side of Commissioner Wallace, is that we have so often come back to this idea of a master plan and a specific plan to now finally get to the one place which we were assured that we would have an opportunity to weigh in and hold the applicant to some of these issues that fell out of our control. To give it up now seems like we really didn't mean it, that it was really important to us. So I'm inclined to say I'd like to keep the language in.
Well, I think the option would be if giving it up now and then making some sort of a commitment to initiate a specific plan process and make it city initiated and give it city oversight and commission oversight.
Well, as you know, I agree with Commissioner Marks and Commissioner Edwards that in an ideal world, yeah, that would be cool. But as I recall, someone gave me a price tag at one of our meetings of about $250,000 to a specific plan that we'd paid for by the city. And I sort of doubt that that's in the budget for the planning department the next couple of years.
Well, that's the beauty of this process. You don't have to go all the way through it to come up with a document that's every bit as enforceable as a master plan submitted by the applicant.
And the specific plan is reimbursable.
It is as future development comes in, yeah.
Right. So let me try and sum up where the city attorney is always dangerous to say what an attorney is thinking. So you're proposing that we take out the language on the master plan and sort of put in our back pocket at some time in the future we'll resurrect the idea of a specific plan?
Yes.
Okay. I can live with that again, given the reasons why I thought this was appropriate this time. But Commissioner Kuznick agrees with me. We haven't heard from the chair.
No, you haven't. Well, I'm not inclined to stick in a condition of approval that is pointless, meaningless, and won't really accomplish anything. I'd rather, leave it out. That doesn't mean I don't think a plan is necessary. We all thought we were going to get one with the general plan language we had. We were wrong. We're trying to figure out a way to have this applicant on this applicant's property develop a specific plan, but what I've been hearing is we may not be able to, and if they do put something together, we may not like it, or it may not be enforceable. So it feels like kind of a swing and a miss, by trying to put it in here at this point. So I'm inclined to focus our attention on getting the policies in the general plan that commit us to developing a specific plan, and then building the specific plan after that. And it may not be, there may be, according to what I heard, it may not need to be the $250,000 really nice specific plan. It may be something that could just be detailed and specific enough to apply to the mixed-use shopping centers, not housing opportunity sites, but the rest of them, which is what we can protect.
Okay, my finger counting says there's 3 for taking it out and 2 for leaving it in, and I think the majority rules, so. Okay.
But I think we all make a blood oath that general plan will include a policy, and yeah, but we're not working on a general plan tonight.
Okay, as I said, that was really the only change that I proposed to the conditions of approval.
Let's bounce back to the beginning, of the conditions of approval. So at this point, we should, I think, if I'm right, Commissioner Wallace, the only changes you proposed was that one clause. So if we refer strictly to the one that was included in our packet by staff as the red line, we would be safe in doing so, correct?
Right, I think that I made that a boldface to distinguish it from the redlining that staff had done, and that was the only one that I thought warranted a change.
Good. Okay, so why don't we go back to the very beginning under the special conditions. There were a couple of red line changes that were just tightening up the language, but anything on page 1, which would be Planning Services Division Special Conditions 1 and 2, which carries over to the top of page 2. Okay. Turning to page 2, we have conditions 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Just for my clarification, what is the purpose of the rent survey? Just if you can just explain what the purpose and use will be of doing the rent survey as captured in item 5?
It helps us to justify to HCD that the units truly do fall into a certain lower income category, and it could be extremely low, low, or very low, and we want to be able to demonstrate and have the backup for that.
Okay. Can I ask a question at this point? Number 5. Oh, excuse me, where is it? Oh, number 6. This is the reciprocal access and shared parking agreement provision, and I know that Commissioner Marks had brought up a question about the inadequacy of this and whether it should apply. So I thought it remiss to go over this without getting Commissioner Marks to indicate whether he was okay with this or he had some changes.
Let me answer in the following way. I think there needs to be a shared parking agreement between the Starbucks property and the housing part of the development. And I don't, in the staff report, there's a possible condition of approval that is not recommended by the staff. If we have a shared parking program, it has to be guided by a legally enforceable agreement that the shared parking will remain in place and any changes to it at any time require prior city review and approval. But I think we need to have that shared parking agreement in it. I'm not as concerned about a shared parking agreement with the shopping center, the remaining retail, although that makes some sense to me. It is, if it's truly a mixed-use project, it needs to be integrated. Each use needs to support the other. The Starbucks is not separate and distinct, and it seems to me that that condition of approval needs to be drafted and, again, require a legal agreement.
In the staff report, there is a draft COA that staff says we don't like. Is that what you were considering? Is that your language, or do you have some other language in mind? It's on packet page 20. It starts out, prior to occupancy of the first residence, the applicant shall establish between the HOA and the property owner.
Oh, that is not my language.
Okay.
That is not my language.
Okay. So do you want to propose some language that does the shared parking arrangement that you were talking about?
I don't at this time, partly because I don't have any with me right now. I thought I would simply say these are the basic tenets of a shared parking program. And it's essentially an enforceable legal agreement that gives each party, each part of the overall project, let me put that again. Shared parking on the Starbucks property would be allowed. I don't have any problem with it being a limited shared parking time, perhaps 8 in the evening to 6 in the morning. Again, any changes to it need to be reviewed and approved by, and I would say the staff, unless the staff determines that they need to bring it to the Planning Commission.
So it seems like condition approval 6 has many of the basics that you said. It just highlights the discussion about between the two commercial. It needs to be modified, of course, between the Starbucks and there. But the rest of it, it talked about it has to be enforceable and everything else. But
I don't know what a shared parking program is that doesn't have a legally enforceable agreement.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so are you suggesting that staff draft up a condition of approval incorporating your concepts and submit it to us for further review?
Well, it's part of my thought about we ought to have a 5th or a 4th meeting. And it would come back to us at the 4th meeting with all of the changes that we are talking about tonight, so that we see the final language in the resolution and the conditions of approval.
Okay, so I guess the answer to my question is yes, you'd like staff to draft something up, put it in the conditions of approval that we could review it at a 4th meeting.
I'm trying to learn to talk as obtusely as attorneys.
Yeah. Well, again, I think item 6 forms a basis for this. It needs to be modified, but do you find any concerns with the language in item 6, which is a shared access and parking, but only of the two commercial sites?
Through the chair, this is a discrete and separate agreement between the two.
Yeah, no, I
property
agree. I'm just trying to make sure that what we've written in item 6 has the basics of what Commissioner Marks is saying must be included. You know, that's all. I agree. It will be another one. It'll be a 7 or someplace in between, but.
We have standard shared parking agreements. The condition for a program would allow for permit parking or any other way of regulating it. And so that's something that they could propose as a way of limiting and controlling the use of the property.
I think you can't.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's fine. I think the staff has the ability to draft a condition, and I'm not trying to make it any more complex than what is here. I just want it to include allowing the townhouse residents to park at limited hours on the Starbucks property.
Is it a blend of number 6 and then what's in the staff report, honestly? Would that get you there?
I mean, I think you just have to add the reference to the actual agreement to the staff report condition. A shared parking agreement for a program to.
Right. Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think 6 is between commercial property and commercial property, and then the new one we're talking about is commercial property and residential, but everything else I think is.
So, but
I
the
would
draft
be fine.
language in the staff report work with the addition of requirement for a shared parking agreement.
Again, for me, the key is an agreement. Parking program, I've seen programs come and go. The legally enforceable agreement as a part of this is what I'm looking for.
Right, and that's why in the actual conditions of approval, page 2 of 18, number 6, it does call for establish and record a reciprocal access and shared parking agreement. That's the language you
That's
want.
fine, yeah.
The only thing that needs to be modified on this one is between the proper,
Who are
the parties to.
Yes.
That's what I was trying to get to.
And through the chair, it wouldn't be reciprocal either, and we would have to set forth the hours.
Right.
But before we go into all the wordsmithing, I would like to just talk a little bit about whether we can impose this kind of condition of approval. I do agree, actually, that the parking section that Commissioner Marks brought up, it does seem to require a parking agreement of some kind in order to foster the mixed use. However, it is not exactly clear that the parking agreement needs to be between the two uses. So the problem is that this ordinance lacks context, and it forces us to add our own context. And I look at it through the lens of nexus, and I've struggled with this, and Commissioner Marks and I have had a discussion about this. I've struggled with trying to find a nexus for this particular condition of approval, and the typical nexus is what demand does the residential portion of the development create, and is that demand mitigated in some fashion? And according to our ordinance, providing the parking spaces under that ordinance take care of that demand or of that impact. Now, I would ask the question as a follow-up question: is there additional demand created by the nature of the units? Is it because the units are, 4-bedroom or additional bedrooms? Yes, yes. I think the answer is yes, and I see nodding heads in agreement. But that's also accounted for in the ordinance. So we can't say that the ordinance creates or that's not covered by the ordinance. Then there's a question of, is there a deficit created by the fact that the parking ordinance requirements take into account the availability of on-street parking? And I found no evidence that any of the standards for parking are based at all on the availability of on-street parking. So that's not a factor that can be considered either. Is the parking demand created by the units themselves? I'm sorry, we already talked about that one, but is there any additional parking demand created by the fact that there's parking available next door? And the answer is no. I mean, you don't create parking demand by building parking spots next door. So I'm just struggling now to see how the placement of these units that generate a certain parking demand generate additional parking demand by virtue of where they're placed. And so that's where I struggle to find a nexus. And I'm not as creative as a lot of people, but that's where I struggle to find justification for this, for this condition.
I would say that the number of bedrooms creates a demand. I would say that the lack of on-street parking does, and I'm not looking at it from a strictly legal nexus standpoint, but ultimately it comes right down to, here's what the ordinance says. If the ordinance is considered to be adequate as written, how do you ignore it when you don't want to follow it? It says you shall do this. It doesn't say you shall unless the parking ordinance's strict minimums have been met. It says you shall do this. And apparently when this was written, people looked at the parking ordinance and knew what they were requiring relative to the number of parking stalls, but still felt in a mixed-use zone there was something different that could possibly require additional parking. I don't know. I wasn't a part of the Planning Commission at the time. But I have no doubt that we don't have the right to say, because we can't find a nexus, we're going to ignore this section of the ordinance. There is no language there that gives you that option, at least as far as I understand it. And then, at some point, you don't build a city based simply on an ordinance. You also have to take a look at what you're doing. We can reject a project if we think there are health or safety problems. I feel very strongly that telling people that there's no on-street parking, you can't park next door, and the nearest parking is across Bollinger Canyon or intruding into the Reflections parking lot, when we know very well that there are going to be young people with cars who live in these units. They're going to have to walk at night in the dark along streets that, you know, typically are safe, but who knows, because we couldn't find a nexus. The nexus is reality. You don't put people in that kind of position if you have an alternative. And the alternative is an empty parking lot, or at least mostly empty parking lot, between 8 or 9 at night and 6 or 7 in the morning. That's a safety problem. That's something that, if and when something happens to that person who parked in the City Hall parking lot overnight or somewhere else, and something happens to them, do you have culpability as a city? Did you do something like approve a project that you knew really was unsafe, but you have a standard that you couldn't find a nexus for? All of that tells me that you don't build everything strictly on the basis of an ordinance. You take a look at reality, and how you can propose this, to me, seems just absolutely unconscionable. It causes you no harm to allow people to park at night on the Starbucks site and be out of there by a certain time, and you can ticket them after that time or before that time, and say that you are an integrated part of the shopping center and that community. It just seems to me that we're playing games here, and I wouldn't go along with it. I don't want to change anything about the housing. I'm not happy that there's no amenities there that are worth anything. I simply want to make sure that people are safe. I don't see how you can do that, and it is why I want a plan, because if you can do it here, I don't trust you won't do it elsewhere in the shopping center.
So I had a question. I'm trying to go back. It says the project proposes 86 parking spaces for residential uses, which is 80 for the 40 residential units and 6 guest parking spots. Well, the 80 is a two-car garage for 40 units, but you got 4 ADUs. How are they, you're shaking your head. That doesn't count as parking?
They don't drive a parking.
Okay.
We're not allowed to require parking for ADUs.
Sorry?
We're not allowed to provide parking, require parking for ADUs.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
so be it.
Yeah, we learned that with Golden Skate as well. Yeah. Okay. I think where we're at is we would like to see a updated condition to reflect this, with the understanding that there's some reservation still from the city attorney on the nexus aspect of it. You know.
So through the commission, so what we're hearing is there's a desire to include this additional condition regarding parking for the residential and the non-residential. With how late we are and how close we are to finishing, we would like to wrap this up tonight if we can, unless the city attorney has other concerns.
No, I think we're all very capable of coming up with language and doing this. In fact, I think the language that's in the staff report, with just a couple of additions, could probably take care of it.
Right.
Yeah, I think the key element that was highlighted was the draft condition called for a parking program, and what we're looking for is a parking agreement.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, it could be parking program, comma, which includes a
That'd be fine.
a binding agreement.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Between.
Got it.
If I may add, I would like to have the condition state that it's a recorded agreement, and that instead of subject to review by the community development director for consistency, it would be subject to review and enforcement by the community development director.
I don't know that's something the city wants to get involved in, enforcement of private agreements between private property owners.
I would tend to agree with you. However, if we're not going to enforce it, why bother putting it into the conditions on approval? And I do a lot of work in San Francisco. The city of San Francisco routinely requires that it be a third-party beneficiary to agreements that are required by conditions on approval. If the city's not going to, and this is frankly a problem that I have with our parking requirements for how people can use their private garages. I don't think the city has any business getting involved with that. And if the city's not going to enforce it, then it shouldn't be a condition on approval. Because in theory, the inclusion of a condition on approval means if you don't comply, we can pull your project approvals. So, it goes back to what Commissioner Kuznick said earlier. If we don't mean it, let's not put it in. Again, integrity, credibility.
Right.
So that's, again, 2 cents. I think I'm up to a quarter.
Well, I think if you're going to put the city in charge, you don't need an agreement between the two private parties.
Well, I think in this case, the point of the parking agreement was to provide an overflow, so to speak, for the residents. And so if there's a problem with it, it's going to be between the HOA and TRC, which still owns the property that Starbucks sits on. So I can see that the only problems coming up would be TRC getting mad because too many of the homeowners are actually parking in the Starbucks parking lot. And that's where the joust would be between the two. In that case, then, they would be relegated to their rights under the agreement in court if they wanted to. So, to me, that's where this whole issue would come to a head, would be that. And I would tend to agree with the city attorney that if there's a problem here, it's going to be the homeowners getting mad at TRC for towing their cars or something like that. So I say, let them deal with it.
turning to page 3 of 18, items 8, there's quite a few new ones put in here.
I do have a comment. We received a letter from TRC regarding condition of approval 12C, which I had proposed at our last meeting. Having looked at their plan for the patio areas and all, I would agree to eliminate condition 12C if that's acceptable to the rest, the rest of the commission.
Okay, by me.
I have a quick question on some of the language in this red line section. We are saddled with objective standards, yet there's quite a lot of the language in this section which is very subjective. Did anybody else have a problem with that? For example, number 11, which says, last line, okay, commercial loading area effectively minimizes visual impact. And then the down at the bottom, 12E, where it says patio plant materials should be at all times be well maintained. By what objective standard? So it just seemed a little inconsistent with all the shoehorning we've had to endure here.
Well, I think the difference is that the objective standards apply to approval of a project. Conditions of approval can be subjective unless they either A, reduce the density of the project, or B, make it economically unfeasible. So I think that the fact that there's theoretically an element of subjectivity here for a condition of approval is probably okay.
Okay. Given that the plans for the patio and things were introduced on February 6th, I would just suggest that under item 1, where we list all the dates of the plans received, that we add this one to that list of project plans submittal. Okay. Any other questions, comments, suggestions on page 3 of 18? Okay. Okay, turning the page 4 of 18. Okay. There's some highlighted defining what a significant change might be in the middle on number 17. Otherwise, it's what we saw last time.
I would just add that if the project applicant proposes to, for example, deed restrict the junior ADUs to satisfy its affordable housing requirements, that be treated as a material change, unless the city attorney and staff has a concern about that.
I'm sorry, do you mind repeating that?
I'm suggesting that if the project applicant were to try to deed restrict the junior ADUs in satisfaction of its affordable housing requirements, that be treated as a material change that requires further planning commission review.
Through the chair, the ADUs are not permitted to satisfy affordable housing requirements under our inclusionary standards. So it's not something we could even consider at this point in time.
I think what she's saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is if the applicant says, hey, I want to deed restrict one of the junior ADUs, so I should pay less money for the Affordable Housing Fund, can they do that?
No, because the ADUs don't qualify as affordable units under our ordinance.
Okay.
Respectfully, I think this applicant's been a little fast and loose. And I'd like to just have that. I'd like to have that included, in part because we've also been talking about revising our inclusionary zoning ordinance. And I don't know ultimately what that looks like. So unless it gives folks heartburn or, the other commissioners have a real concern about it, or the city attorney tells me it's going to get us in trouble, I'd like to include it.
I don't have any concerns, with adding it. It still leaves it to the discretion of the community development director what they do with this information. Okay. Okay. Turning to page 5. More parking, but HOA responsibility. Okay. Page 6, items 31 through 34C. Turning to page 7, more HOA rules. Page 8. Page, no. Do you have a comment on page 8?
Yes, and this has come up in previous parts of this discussion, is I have some concerns about the hours for the Starbucks. And my concern is at 5 a.m., if that's when the business opens to the public, that would preclude then employees arriving prior to that. And is that, if you were the folks living by Starbucks, how would you feel about the employees showing up at 4:30 in the morning, 5 days a week, and starting business operations? So I'm just wondering if at 5 a.m., now I don't go to Starbucks at 5 a.m., I'll be on record for that. I don't know if we could have some adjustment on the 5 a.m. I mean, I think this is unique because it is part of a residential neighborhood.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, in the last city that I worked in, we had a Starbucks that was in a residential neighborhood, and part of what I had to do was address some of the concerns that neighbors had. And I was out there at 5 in the morning, and I have to say there were a large number of people that showed up to get a cup of coffee at 5 a.m. Maybe what Commissioner Kuznick is concerned with is the public arriving before, let the public arrive at 5 a.m., and if the employees are internal to the building, let them arrive at whatever time is necessary to open the doors at 5. But I can honestly tell you that there were lots of people lined up, or knocking on the door waiting at 5 a.m. to get some. So maybe say that employees may arrive prior, but business operations that are open to the public would be between 5 a.m. and whatever the other time was.
That's fine. I interpreted hours of operation as when the doors open to the public. That's what I thought HOO was. Okay.
But employees have to show up before that.
Yes. And I'd be reluctant to tweak this one here because there are other Starbucks that are also housing opportunity sites or zoned for housing, and are we going to restrict when we want the Starbucks to stay open and not close? Okay. Turning to page 9, engineering services, items 40 through 48. '49 was a new one on the next page with, I think that was Commissioner Marks' recommendation on truck passage through the.
That was
Item 49. Yeah, this one here, prior to site development permit issuance, that was, I think, your language.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
This one here, prior to site development, the plan with the. Originally 45, now 49. Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm
Page 10 of 18.
Yeah. Yes, it is one, and that's fine.
Okay, good. Moving along. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Okay, towards the end, page 14 of 18. Okay. Okay, page 16, there were two conditions that were deleted under the Transportation Services Division. I'm sure with good reason.
Would Ms. Chamberlain mind telling us why those are removed?
With the demolition of the Nob Hill and the addition of the new the trips for the residential, it's a net positive to the city, so no additional fees or no additional trips are generated, and there's actually a credit that would be because there's less trips on the road from the difference between the commercial and the residential trip generation.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, it's late. It just took me a few minutes to get that out.
Okay, thank you. Okay, page 17 of 18. And page 18 of 18. Okay, so I think we have a little bit of time before we turn into pumpkins. I think now we're at the place where we need to decide, and I think I've heard enough yeses that we want to see this so that we can review all the changes, but let me just poll that. There was a lot of changes made tonight. Earlier on, I heard a need to have another review, but I want to stop and just poll the commissioners. I know we want to try and approve this, but I also don't want to. I, for one, would not feel comfortable reading and knowing that I captured all the changes when I come to sign the ordinance, especially the resolution. There's a lot of lawyer banter. So I would be in favor of bringing it back, if nothing else, to review a final document, or if there's some other way to do it. But, Commissioner Wallace, your preference?
No, I have nothing to do next Thursday night, so I'm free.
We have captured all the comments, and we do have the tape to go back to, and so we can sit with the chair and walk through the individual changes if we need to, if that's the pleasure of the commission also.
Mm-hmm.
With that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I thought that the chair expressed a little uncomfortness about being the sole decision maker on the accuracy of the translation. He wanted another set of eyes, so I think I would accommodate him on that. That's not a problem.
I hate to come back for another meeting, but I also hate to short the process. Commissioner Wallace and Mr. License worked awful hard on that language. Okay, Commissioner Marks, your preference?
I think we should have a meeting next Thursday night.
Okay.
And we can review the final at that time.
Okay, and I think at this point, Commissioner Kuznick?
Well, I usually have a Thursday obligation, but I will make arrangements if it is the pleasure of the commission to be here.
Okay, and before we wrap up tonight, the scope of the Thursday meeting is truly just to review the resolution. Are we not posing any additional questions or comments or asks of staff that need to be captured over the next few days in the staff report?
No, the public hearing is closed, so this will be under continued business, closed public hearing at this point in time, correct?
Yes, I believe we did close the public hearing, and we could do so now if we're not sure, but
No, we did.
So
We
long
did.
ago.
I'm not sure I understand what that means, but just,
No further public comment.
okay.
You're
Did
just-
we, I just don't recall, and perhaps Ms. Edcorn can help us. What I'm not clear about is whether the motion closed public comment, which is my memory, or whether it closed the public hearing.
So we may take another motion at the desire of the commission.
Okay, well, I did make the request that if there's any value-added conditions of approval, that would be the only, what I'm trying to limit is the scope of the meeting. It's not a public hearing on the project again, it is truly just to review this. I don't want to send Ryan back with more work to do, more analysis to do. We're not leaving with more questions. We're just coming back to review the completeness of the modified resolution and conditions.
I would be prepared to offer a motion to close the public hearing.
I would, before we do, I'd like to speak on your motion. I understand what you are concerned about, we're going to go through yet another meeting like this, but in my view, we should. If the public feels the need to say whatever they've said once again, it is their right in an open process to say it as many times as they want. I think it should be a special meeting, but allow whatever public testimony comes and then focus on whatever comments we might want, and then review the final document. Yes, the Planning Commission can do what you are suggesting, but from a fair process standpoint, the public has, in my view, 4 times to come before us, say whatever it is they believe they need to say, and then we can go about our business. I don't want another staff report. I just simply want whatever changes were made to the resolution. But I just don't think it's fair to tell the public, who may still think there's a way to convince us, all you can talk about is what we've already decided on the resolution and the conditions.
So the place where I'm struggling is that it's not about the public convincing us. It's about us not having the legal ability to take action on the public comment. We are not required to conduct 4 hearings or 5 hearings. We're required to conduct the number of hearings that's appropriate to provide the project applicant and the public with due process. I do not view us as being required to hold a special meeting for what is essentially a fait accompli. And frankly, I think that this community deserves some closure on this project. Because the project applicant has demonstrated over and over again that they're not going to make revisions. The public has stated over and over again that they're not getting what they want. And we have said over and over again, we can't do anything about it. So to have an additional meeting, to me, to my mind, is just frankly a waste of time and resources. I am happy to support Commissioner Alpert. I'm happy to come back and have a further meeting to go over the conditions of approval and make sure that we've captured the changes that we've discussed tonight. But I do not think it benefits the city, the residents, this commission to go through another 4-hour hearing on this project. And I appreciate the desire to let folks feel like they've had a voice in this process, but I think they have. I think they have. And you and I may disagree about that.
We fundamentally do. This is not about our convenience. This is not about whether or not we think they are going to convince us or not. It is about they have the right, especially on a contentious project like this, they have the right to have every opportunity to speak before a decision is made. And again, I don't believe that the number of meetings, except as defined by state law, belongs solely to the Planning Commission just because we think we've heard it all. It belongs to the public. It's how you keep faith with the public. I don't enjoy hearing the same thing 4 and 5 and 6 times or anything like that, but government isn't set up to be efficient. It's set up to be inclusive, and people have the right to feel that they had every opportunity. We may not be able to change the outcome. We can at least explain it to the people who are here instead of the empty chairs that what Eric said, we can't really do anything about it. But that's the price you pay when you're a planning commissioner, it seems to me.
A clarifying comment, because one of you said something when there were still a lot of people here, that we should come back to the next meeting and bring our conditions.
Right. We're discussing that right now. No, yeah, okay.
Is done, then you're not going to get anybody back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comment. So, Commissioner Wallace.
One of the things that we're doing at the next meeting is that we are approving the project by adopting the resolution. And I think to do that without a public hearing is a big mistake.
Further, we have not finalized these conditions. We can still change them if the public speaks out on a condition and they show us that, in fact, the condition is not well worded or well intended. This is our best thinking as of tonight, but when the public attends, if they focus in part on the conditions of approval, that's still open to being changed. So I would disagree with the lady in the audience about that. But one way or another, I believe that we are on much more solid ground by having the meeting than by not having the meeting.
So I'd like to also just weigh in a little bit here. One of the other things that is really important at this juncture is as we ultimately will take a vote, and depending on the outcome of the vote, as I said previously, there's a very strong likelihood that one side or the other will want to appeal it. Now, if we're going to meet out of our usual rotation, and it turns out that the citizens end up being the group that would like to appeal, they need to know, to be fully apprised of when we voted, when they should, file this motion, because there's a time limit for that as well. So I think it's important to make this as public and robust as we can. They feel like there's still a lot at stake here.
Okay. So I think just listening to the comments, at least 3 are in favor of allowing public participation at the next meeting. Again, with the focus of the meeting to be solely on the resolution and the conditions. And, well, the focus of the staff report, let me be very clear. We're not sending staff back with additional direction to provide additional analysis. But the public hearing is the public hearing. We're not going to control what they're allowed to speak on. Okay. We won't cut them off if they want to talk about something that's unrelated to the resolution or the condition. But we will have a public hearing. But from a staff perspective, a staff preparation, the intent of the meeting is to focus on the conditions and the resolution.
Well, I'm probably the sole person who thinks this, but no, it's an open meeting. Yes, we will have what we think are the final conditions of approval, and we can review them. But if somebody comes up with something that we haven't heard before, haven't considered, that's on the table.
Of course it is.
Okay. Well, with that understanding, that's fine.
Yeah. I'm trying to say a couple things, and I apologize. One is the direction to staff on what we're expecting them to work on.
Okay.
That is, I want to make sure it's clear that we're asking for a staff report that introduces the resolution and the conditions for us to review. The public hearing can include anything that the public chooses to comment on, including recommendations on the conditions or the resolution or the project, because we're not going to limit participation. Yeah. So I have heard 3. So do we need a motion to continue to date certain?
Date and time certain in these chambers, because we do not mail another public hearing notice, because we're on a continued hearing. So just to be clear.
Okay.
So I have cleared with the clerk that we can meet next Thursday, just to make sure. We did have a TAC meeting at that same night, but there's not an issue with the Zoom. So we're looking for a continuance to Thursday, February 16th, and the question for the commission, a 6 or a 7 o'clock start time.
You said there was another meeting?
TAC is that night too, it's at 6 o'clock.
Well, let's see, who's on TAC with me? No, I guess I am the rep on TAC.
We have a council Tuesday night and a commission meeting Wednesday
starting
night.
at 6. We're not going to be done by 7. So we'll just
Start at 7. TAC might be
They're at 6, right?
They're at 6 o'clock, yes.
Okay. Hey, let me get a Zoom here in City Hall. I'll go Zoom as long as I can, and I'll be here. We'll work it out.
So 7 o'clock then?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have a strong preference to start it at 6.
At what?
You know, I'm one of the, I have a strong preference to start at 6. I'm one of those poor saps that Commissioner Marks mentioned earlier that has a day job. And these meetings that go until midnight are just a killer.
Mhm. Okay, so there's one, Commissioner Wallace's.
I mean, I'll do 6 or, either way. I mean, I guess the people in TAC will forgive me for not showing up at the end of the meeting to tell them what we've done, so.
And I have one question to Amy. We can start 2 Zooms at the same time? Okay, perfect.
Okay.
6 is fine.
6 is fine. 6 is, I know this is. Okay, so may we have a resolution to continue the public hearing?
The public hearing.
Hearing.
A motion to continue the public hearing to February 16th at 6 p.m. in these chambers.
In these chambers, okay. So somebody, so move it. Commissioner Kuznick, yeah. Yeah, just say so moved, yeah.
I'm going to take roll call votes because 3 of the iPads have lost connection.
Oh, okay. So Commissioner Kuznick made the motion. And
I'll second it.
Commissioner Wallace, or Commissioner Marks seconded.
Okay. Commissioner Kuznick,
Yes.
Commissioner Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Wallace,
Aye.
Vice Chair Edwards,
Aye.
and Chair Alpert.
Aye. Thank you all. But we're not done. So, study sessions, Commissioner liaison reports, and interest items from staff. Has anybody have anything to share that's happened in the last week or so? There are none. Staff items?
As you're aware, we have a special meeting on the 16th. On the February 21st, we have a public hearing regarding the Fire District Training Facility at 1500 Bollinger Canyon Road. There's some revisions to that approval that are going to work through the process. Then we have the General Plan Annual Report on Consent, TAC appointment recommendations on consent. And then lastly, we are working on a workshop with Chevron for March 7th at 6 p.m. start time, and we need to confirm that.
Thank you. With that, I think we can go ahead and adjourn at 11:44 p.m. Thank you all.